Song's a little upbeat for today. Maybe we'll play something a little more dark. Maybe we'll go to our streaming dark playlist for today. Who knows? Let me see how we're looking over. Yeah, it looks like that's in the window there. Fine. So, what are we doing today? Doing a little co-working, kind of just hanging out, doing a little bit of Linux. If you guys have questions about stuff or want to know anything about what's going on in the lab, feel free to let me know. Yeah, let's go see what our dark stream sounds like. A little more dark music over here. How's it going, Colchis? Yeah, we're just kind of hanging out and playing a little Brotato over here in the other window while we're hanging out. Fun little game if you guys never played any Brotato. Got that going down there too. Got to concentrate a little bit on the game. But other than that, yeah, we're almost to the weekend, almost to a bunch more Linux studying for people that want to get into the Linux admin space. Got a lot of that stuff going on down in the Discord. A lot of working on stuff from a technical standpoint. That's always good. See if I can't make it through this level without dying. Nope, couldn't do it. Died. Gotta restart. How's it going, Leith? Been a while. We're just kind of hanging out, checking out the lab, making sure everything's good. A little bit of co-streaming stuff or co-working while I'm streaming. So, you know, if people have questions, want to hang out, want to talk shop, we can do that. That's all. Playing a little Brotato in between rounds. Also, one of the things that I pulled up yesterday that we'll probably be doing, I might even implement it some this weekend, is we're going to figure out a more efficient way to do this. Hold on. Let me turn that off real quick. We're going to find a more efficient way. Let's save the file. Make sure I got that saved. Yes. We're going to reopen this as this dark mode. There we go. We're gonna find out. We're gonna discover a new way. We're gonna work out a new way to do our what the Bastion host is doing, because currently the Bastion host is unaware of what's going on with the backend nodes behind it. It just drops you in and gives you a base little login, and there's no logic occurring right here. So we're going to build some of that in this weekend in the course. Colchis, you're trying to put together your talk on redirection. Oh, nice. Colchis, you know, I found something this weekend. Or this last weekend. I've been using PowerPoint as a college professor for 16 years. I've been using it longer than that for being in college, right? And I'm pretty happy with presentations out of PowerPoint, right? But one of the things that I found is that they have a really good import for outlines. So if you just write outline, like I write outlines all the time. That's like one of my skills as an engineer is to write outlines. That's something I've always excelled at. And I just found out the other day, like I knew that I could write an outline and drop stuff in manually, but I found out the other day that I can just go up to the top left and say, import this from like a notepad file or something, and it would just suck the whole thing in and make like a 20 slide PowerPoint presentation out of my outline. And I'm like, geez, that's nice. Now, I wouldn't like for people in the open source side that don't want to be on PowerPoint. Obviously, there is an open source tool called Overleaf that you can use, and Overleaf will pull it right out of Markdown too. So there's some pretty good stuff. Um, Been doing talks and bash scripts with printf statements terminally stuck in terminal. That's fair enough. Well, if you do like Markdown and Overleaf, you can run your own Overleaf, and it'll generate. I don't know if any of you guys have ever seen this. This is open source, right? Now if you use this, obviously this is their paid for. I mean, they've got a free version, but also a paid for one. But you can run Overleaf as your own. Like if you go to their documentation, you'll find out that this is an open source tool, and you can run your own version. So technically, we could have our own little Overleaf server, and people could drop in their Markdown, and it would just generate their presentations for them there as well. So, yeah, Colchis, it's open source. Overleaf is it's on GitHub. Yeah, right here. So you could run you could even run it as a container on your box. I've never done this, but I mean, this would be a cool little project for people. You could run Overleaf on your own machine, just shoot your Markdown to it, and it would give you the presentation back. Yeah. I'm sorry. It would be LaTeX. Yeah, I'm sorry. It would be LaTeX as the back end. I say Markdown is a generic thing. I realize they're different, but I don't know enough about LaTeX to know how it's different. So yeah, sorry. You would have to write it in LaTeX, stuff. But for me, I mean, at the end of the day, it's just make sure you've got it at the right thing. They may have, and well, to be fair too, they may have people working on stuff that goes directly from Markdown. I thought I saw something like that before, but I could be wrong. But this is an excellent tool. A guy that's come and presented a couple times to us, and he wrote most of his stuff through Overleaf. That's how I actually found out about it, one of my buddies. But yeah, I looked it up and found out that it was all open source. So that's kind of cool. Oh, nice, Colchis. Yeah. That's awesome. Yeah, if you're already using it, I mean, I proselytize about it and tell people about it, but then I don't really use it nearly as much as I should. Like I've just always used PowerPoint because my college provided for it and it kind of worked for me and stuff. But there's all that stuff. Hey, Miss Sapphire, how's it going? Did you see that I uploaded the pictures of the beanbag? We were talking yesterday about the wife having a beanbag in my office, and I posted pictures of it up in Discord in the Home Lab channel, so people could see the beanbag the wife has. Kempis said, how do you resolve errors setting up base repository in Alma Linux 9 installation? I've never used Alma Linux 9, but I can tell you this. If I have a base repository error of any type, right, then what I would do is like this. So let me see if I'll just go over here and do it. So let's say I go to like Rocky 19. I think somebody might be on this one. But anyway, so base errors, guys, tend to be in the base of the system. So I'm on a Rocky system. In an Alma Linux, it would probably be alma.repo. I'm not exactly sure because I don't really use Alma Linux. But then you would go and you would look at the repo. And there's two ways that I would think to do this. One would be make sure that this hasn't been modified in some way, right? And then if you can't, like, obviously this should be some kind of standard thing. You can go out and look in their GitHub for the correct ones. So maybe somebody messed up your, where's my base at? I should have a base one right here. Yeah. So if somebody messed up my base one, I could fix it, right? Because this is all me during GUI installation. Compass, I can almost tell you for sure. I mean, this is going to be me being very general, but it's going to also be me having done Linux for a long time. I can almost guarantee you that error you're getting has something to do with DNS and networking. What I mean by that is the installers of a Linux system, if you're using like a Anaconda installer to install it, the installers are well tested and very good. So if you're not getting out to a programmed repo that nobody's modified, I can almost promise you, I mean, without seeing the system, I can almost promise you that it's a DNS error, like you're not resolving this DNS, or your system's not properly on the network as it comes up. Because the Anaconda and the Conda installer it's Anaconda, the installer for the Linux systems, Alma and Rocky and that kind of stuff, it's well tested and it works good. So if you're not getting to some base repo in that as it comes up, that's almost guaranteed to be the problem. I'm not 100% sure, because it could be some other factor in your network. It could be, some kind of firewall in the way blocking certain ports. I mean, these are port 80, so it shouldn't be. I mean, 80 and 443, right? These are 80 because I'm not using it. This is 443, right? But anyways, my point is, if you're getting an error on that, those are the things to check. You probably need to ensure that your network is up on the system. Oh, it's on air gap. Well, then that's almost guaranteed, because if it's air gapped, you can't get out anyways, right? You can't get to, where's my base one at? Yeah, you're not going to be able to get to the base OS because you're trying to go out here. So those are my thoughts on it, or at least what I would try. Things I would look for, things I would try. All right. Also, playing me a little bit of Brotato in between rounds, so if you get, or in between talking to you guys and looking around, so feel free to ask questions. But I hope that helps you at least have a place to start looking. Also, when you're using the Anaconda installer, you should be able to switch to a different terminal, depending on how you're logged in. Like if you're at a console, you should be able to switch to a different terminal in there and pull up a shell and see what's going on inside the system. So it's very possible that you have at least some ways to troubleshoot. But yeah, that's almost, in my experience, that's like mostly what it would be. But, I can't be 100% sure. All right. Well, it's dark. This is Dark soundtrack that I haven't played in a while. It has some pretty good little bangers on it. That was a fun one. Very dark. Okay. For everybody else, we're just kind of co-working and keeping an eye on what's going on in the network, what's going on in the system. In the upcoming weeks for the security course, we're going to be kind of working through some ideas for how to do better monitoring in my environment, and that's a big part of any of this stuff is testing out and doing that stuff better. So yeah. All right, good. Let's keep going here. Get some range up. Get some more weapons. We'll take all of those, but not this round. We'll get them in the next round. So yeah, if you guys are working on anything Linux related, if you're working on the course or you want to know more about the course, let me know. I'm always good to talk about the course a little bit, let you guys know what's going on with the professional Linux users group. I mean, we got a lot of activities going on this weekend. We got people studying for stuff. We got people teaching people Bash. Got all kinds of fun stuff going on. So that'll be good all around. Lots of knowledge sharing going on between the community members and stuff. Colchis, I'd be fine with that. Yeah. If you wanna build out, so I'll give some information this weekend, as well, where maybe if people want to do modified assignment, because here's the thing, I'm always about hands-on. It's not always about just doing the like we've focused heavily in the Linux security course. For other people that don't know this, we focused heavily in the course on like documentation, because that's a big part of it. But if somebody wants to switch out and do something that's more hands-on, that would be good. In fact, so one of the things, Colchis, that I'm going to be doing is if we go to this drawing right here, this is something I was going to mention this weekend, but I'll show it to you now, is, again, there's no logic between my Bastion host right now and the back-end nodes, right? When you drop in, guys, if you go in as a streamer, if you go in as admin or streamer, whichever, sorry, admin or security, so streamer 1 or MC Hammer, when you jump into my system, you just pick a node between 1 and 19 and 1 and 25, right? That's what you guys do now if you're in the course. There's no logic here. I don't know if the node is up. I don't know if the node has been logged into. I don't know the last time it was rebooted, because there's nothing on the Bastion that does anything except a static page. Well, what I'm going to be doing, or what I had planned on writing, was right here. It was just going to be a little Ansible cron job. So it'll be cron kicking off Ansible. And it would go and it would check the nodes. It would verify that they're up. If they're not up, they can't be in the list. So boom, pull them out. If they've been logged into, I'll mark them for reboot. I almost said rebootion. That thing can't even process the word I was about to say in my head. That's funny. Anyways, so I meant rebooting, but I almost said. Anyways, so we'll go to reboot them, and then they'll get back in the list the next time it comes around. So that's kind of my thoughts. I'm just going to use Ansible for it, and then what I'm going to do, and this is something that needs to happen in the cluster, has needed to happen in the cluster for a while, is right here. Whoops, why is this? Oh, because I'm not on this. Let's just grab him. And over here, just in general, I need a Kafka event bus. So I want to use Kafka as an event bus in my cluster so that everything's just talking to it, and then nodes get logged into, nodes get rebooted. There's always going to be some bit of traffic coming out of these. Why is that? Oh, it's black. That's why. 0, 0. There's always going to be some traffic coming out of these nodes for Kafka, right? To have, Kafka's always ready to write. All this stuff is just coming down here. Any events that are happening, and then I can make my script smarter to just go pull stuff out of there. Kempis, you want this diagram? Yeah, here, I'll share it. I'll do it this way because this way is more fun for people. Let me also save it. Hold on. Save to current file. Save. There is the link for people. But on the Twitch side, if you want to use that link, you've got to pull it out and go put it directly into your browser. It's risky click of the day. And you guys can technically now modify that real copy of it. But it doesn't hurt my feelings any because I already have it saved. But this is kind of this is the way you get into the home lab. This is the way that the system works and all that kind of good stuff now, right? So, all right, that'll get modified over there. We'll let that sit there, and then I will keep playing my game a little bit here. So yeah, if people have questions or want to talk about stuff, that's kind of what we're doing. That's what we're focusing on this weekend. Is going to be, well, this weekend's focus is going to be like kind of user and groups on the sysadmin side. So sysadmins have to figure out how to get users on their systems and how to troubleshoot users. So there's a little bit of that this week. And then on the security side, we're doing patching for an enterprise. Like I was explaining to you guys how there's a difference between just patching one system. Like we've all patched our home system or our laptops or whatever. I mean, there's that type of patching. And then there's enterprise level patching. And enterprise level patching has so many more considerations and things to think about and ways to kind of control where those patches are coming from. So that'll be the type of thing that we like focus on this week. Let's get some more attack speed, and we'll take that now, and we'll hold on to all this. So yeah, there's the thing. And by the way, you guys can then save that off to your own system once you're in there. And also, I would advise changing that to dark mode. If you're not looking at that in dark mode, it'll maybe cause your eyes some problems because it's super bright. Also, people can't see everything because if you're not in dark mode, it still keeps the background as white, or the drawing as white. So there's a bunch of things you won't see if you're in light mode, which is kind of a funny thing on that. But anyways, all the different things we've been talking about over there. We were talking about GNS3 the other day. I might be putting together like a networking course for people, but that won't be like an official prolog thing. That'll be more just because some people wanted to see the networking side of things. And since I teach that stuff, I don't mind showing it to you guys. Much like all this other stuff, I say that all this information's free. You just got to spend your time learning it, right? And I do think that even if you want to be a Linux-only engineer, I still think you need to understand the networking well. That's my own personal belief, but that comes from a long time of doing this. I think that you need to know the networking side of things it'll help you be more effective in the other things. So, all right, let's do this. Coming up on the harder levels here in a minute. Boom, boom. All right. What's the use of Warewulf in this diagram? So Warewulf in the home lab. Warewulf is this thing that is what we call a cluster manager. In that, so let me show you guys what Warewulf does if you've never really played with it. So cat Etsy Warewulf. Sometimes the best way to explain something is to look at like the diagram of what it's doing. So here's the Warewulf config, right, in my home lab right here. You guys, let me make sure. Yeah, you guys should be able to see that right there. So here's some Warewulf internal configuration stuff, and then here's the Warewulf daemon. What are we doing, and what is it allowing in our cluster? And it's using 9873, which is the default port. And you know, if you're using firewall, you got to make sure that you expose that. And then here's kind of the main way that Warewulf makes its money. Let's say it does DHCP. So DHCP is the dynamic host configuration protocol. Some of you guys that are, you know, not networking majors won't know that came from bootp as the original protocol. But all that, suffice it to say, what DHCP does is a node comes up, and most of our systems do this, probably your laptops when you get on your Wi-Fi at home or whatever. Your system comes up and he doesn't know who he is. He doesn't have a way to logically talk. He knows physically who he is, right? He's got this physical, what we call a hardware or a MAC address, right? And he can talk to things that way, but only local things. So he does this thing called a DHCP broadcast, which is all Fs at layer 2. He just broadcasts a bunch of Fs, and the only one on the network that should respond is your DHCP server. So Warewulf is being a DHCP server, and he's saying, well, come over here. I'll help you out. I'll give you an IP address, and I'll tell you who you are on the network. So then the system, once it knows who it is, then it uses TFTP to pull down its init RAM FS, or its init RD, which is it's a init RAM kernel, right? And then it pulls down the actual kernel. So it has enough to boot the system with a kernel and an init RD or init RAM, right? So it'll come up, and then also this thing is sharing out NFS, and it's doing some other information for the system. But if you guys wanted to see that happen, I could go on this box right here. I could do like a tail-F on var log Warewulf d log, and let's just say grep for like let's go Rocky 10. We'll go look at Rocky 10 real quick. So now we hop over here to let's go look over here real quick in the home lab for 1 second. I got to do this one other thing. I forgot that I jumped out of this node. So don't worry about all that. Don't worry about all that. Okay, so over here, SSH to Rocky 10. Whoops. Nobody's on it. Yeah. So we're going to reboot this node. So we reboot that node. He's down. Over here, we're going to... oh, you guys can't see this other thing. Hold on. I gotta turn this on so you guys can see this other thing. Actually, you know what? I'll just switch to this other mode real quick so you guys can see it. I'll just transition over this real quick so you guys can see. So Rocky 10's about to reboot, and he's going to come up, and over here on the right, you're going to see him not know who he is. He's going to find out who he is, and then he's going to get all that. Dem, yeah, I got a lot of stuff in the in the network section of our Discord that helps you with that. There's some stuff that I show, like the GNS3 tool. I think is really good for learning networking. I always tell sysadmins to read this thing called the Red Book. I'll give you guys a link to it here for a second. Hold on, this thing should be booting. Rocky 10 should be booting. You know what? Actually, well, he might fail here. Yeah, he's gonna fail. Hold on, because he's not. He found a disk, but there's nothing on the disk. So, hold on a second. Let him reboot here. Yeah, Dem, give me a second. I'll send you over a link that I think is useful for people. Rocky 10, come on, Rocky 10. You can reboot. Force shutdown. Yes. All the way down. We might have to restore Rocky 10 from a template. This has happened before. So this will actually be good, because I have a feeling from us messing with the we were doing all the disk stuff this week. There's a possibility that he's. Let's start him up. There's a possibility that he's in a busted state. This always happens after Unit 3 because we mess around with the disks so much. But let's see if he will boot or if we're going to have to rebuild him. He's trying to boot off the disk. All right. So we're going to kill him. Force shutdown. Yep. We're going to redeploy 10 from the Rocky template. So let's as soon as he's down, we're going to delete him. We'll redeploy this real quick just so you guys can see. But the thing is, I'm not worried about that because we can pull up Rocky 10 right here and we can see all the information. So here's his hardware address when he comes up. All right, Rocky 10. Whoops, you are getting deleted because you didn't want to play right. Yep, delete them all. All right. Now we're going to delete, or we're going to create a new VM from the Rocky template. We're going to call it Rocky 10. Right? And he's going to come up with an empty DVD drive, and his boot mode's fine, and he'll be on this server here. Yep. And he's got all the right stuff. And he's got all that. And then his networking, we're going to edit it, and we're going to use this MAC address, which is the one that we pulled right here for this node. We say, okay, next, finish. So we're going to create that node, and then we're going to boot him. And when he comes up, he's going to know who he is on this network, simply because he's got the right MAC address, and that system's going to lead him to download an iPixie boot, as we call it, off of the correct image. So what we just did there was we're building a brand new virtual machine inside of XCPNG, and because we set his MAC address, when he comes up on the network, he's going to get built with the container from Warewulf. So you say you might wonder, like, what's the use of Warewulf? What's the value? Well, Warewulf makes all this management of all these simple, right? Like, I've already built the container out, and I already have it defined over here. So when this node comes up and Rocky 10 boots, he's going to boot right now when he comes up. And he's going to have the right MAC address here because we already set that in there. And he is going to DHCP onto the network and say, who am I? And the Warewulf server is going to say, I got you, bro. Here it is right here. I got you, bro, right here. You are Rocky 10. Right? You guys did, besides putting his name out here as Rocky 10, you guys didn't see me do anything except set his MAC address. So he knows who he is. He's Rocky 10. He's going to start pulling his information here. So here's his Linux kernel, and then his init RAM. And then, yeah, his init RAM FS, and he's going to boot up and start right here. and then he'll be a working node again, and we'll be able to jump back into him. So to answer that question, hopefully that answers the question. That's the value of Warewulf in my cluster, because these are all stateless nodes, and we can just turn them off and turn them back on. In a more dire case, we can rebuild them like we just had to right there. But that's not normally what we would do. We don't rebuild them very often. It's just that we could do that. Let me answer this other question. So we'll let that boot up, right? So Rocky 10 is now right here. He's going to be back up. Well, he's got a few more seconds, but yeah, the other thing to show you guys. Give this a second here. He's still coming up. He's got to redo his SE Linux, so it takes a little time. That's SE Linux. All right, he's coming up. Oh, he's almost done. It's almost booted. It's almost a real server again. And people use these, they log into these for like labs and stuff. You have access through the Discord if you guys join the Linux group and do the what's it called? Other stuff. Oh, so let me show you guys this while that's going. I'm gonna stop this from spinning. I'm gonna make a new one of these and I'm gonna put it right over here. There's a resource for, I would say, for you admins that want to, if you tell me, hey Scott, like I'm a Linux guy, but I want to learn some networking, this is the book right here that I would tell you. And it's a bit dated, but the first 170 pages, and I only know that because I go through it a lot with you guys, the first 170 pages have a lot of the stuff that I think you need to know as a sysadmin about the basics of how a Linux and any system really interacts with a TCP/IP network. Right? Hold on a second, guys. I got something in my eye. All right. It's a video where you build the Warewulf DHCP setup. Campus, no, but I have thought about building Warewulf training for people, because CIQ does a pretty good job of setting up Warewulf and having it running, but I don't think that I've seen like a good training out of them or anybody else. Yeah, we should be able to SSH to Rocky 10 now. So now we're in that node and it's completely rebuilt. So, anyways, let's go back to our other view here. But I wanted you guys to see that there's all these things here that you can kind of mess with. A lot of that stuff's in our Discord, and you can kind of play with it if you've been around. If you haven't been in our Discord, that's free. You can just go hang out down there with a bunch of other people that are doing Linuxy type stuff. I think tomorrow is the Bash group, so there's people doing Bash, like the Bash shell type stuff. And then I think, so on Saturday, I'm running the Linux sysadmin course, the security engineering course. We have 2 courses that are free that people are doing. And then I'm also doing, on Saturday night, I'm doing interviews for people. So if you want to practice your Linux interviews or come listen to people talk through interview stuff, you can do that, right? That's a skill that, I don't know, everybody probably thinks they're better at it than they really are, but then somebody hits you with a question and you're like, I don't even know that, or I don't even know what I don't know about that. So then maybe you start to figure out, what are some of the things you can say in that instance, right? Like what are the acceptable things to say in that, context if you're trying to get a role? What's going to still get somebody to hire you as a Linux sysadmin if that's what we're trying to do. So, because that is kind of what we're trying to do. We're trying to get into Linux work. We're trying to do this stuff professionally, not amateur stuff is fine, like hobbyist stuff is fine, but we try to focus on getting you guys doing this stuff professionally if you want to. And if you don't want to do it professionally, that's fine. I think that this is a good career path to get into. I think it's a good way to do these things if you guys are kind of interested. So. Oh, guy almost killed me right there. Jumped right through me in the game. I'm playing the game at the bottom if you guys aren't paying attention. Alright. But anyways, that's yeah, that's how the group kind of works. That's kind of what we're doing around here. Is getting better at systems work. And we don't have to take it all too seriously, but we try to take most of it pretty seriously, but we also have fun. All right. Okay. Oh wow, getting run off the bottom of the screen there. That's problematic. All right. More speed, more damage. So other than that, what's everybody working on? I know we got a fair amount of people working through the course, but also I know that got some people just lurking today that are in the group. That's for sure. So I know Colchis has been working really hard on getting a good. That's the closest I've said his name before in my little. It's actually funny. Anyway, so Colchis is working on giving you guys a good presentation on redirection in Bash and all that kind of stuff because he's kind of running like a little bit of a Bash group for you guys, and that's pretty useful for people because I mean I tell you guys all the time the way you interact with Linux is through Bash, so you want to understand what's going on inside of your Bash commands. You want to at least have a solid understanding of some of the basic structures and things that you're going to deal with because there's no way to interact with the system that's not, well, you could put C shell or K shell or whatever on there, but for the most part we interact with Linux through Bash. You do some GUI stuff, I guess, but I mean you're not gonna, that's GUI not the word GUI, but that's you'll find that that's not nearly as efficient as learning your scripting and being able to touch like thousands of systems at once, that kind of stuff. Kempis said, can you also use Warewulf as a jump server? I mean, strictly speaking, yes, you can use anything as a jump server, but I would tell you I would use Warewulf to stand up a server that ended up being my jump server. That's what I would end up doing. I would not use Warewulf itself as the jump server. I build systems as often as possible in the Linux world and systems admin world in general, and systems engineering, I guess. I build systems to be single purpose because we can just stand up servers nowadays so often. It's better if you're going to have a server as opposed to a containerized workflow. The server should just really be doing one thing. Is it a web server? It's serving web. Is it a reverse proxy? It should be doing reverse proxy connections. It shouldn't be doing reverse proxy connections and also be the MariaDB server for your dev environment. That's silliness because then if you need to take one or the other one down, we're host. Just Mozart, the resource, whatever you linked, you have to probably, you either have to drop it without the .com or go drop it in the Discord, and I'll do risky click of the day. Risky click of the day is always fun. So, T-Crease, you're fixing up some Bash scripts today and some junk Atlassian backups. Oh yeah. Got Python script going with alerts to Slack and shit fails pulls from AWS. Yep. Kind of been fun but stressful. T-Crease, now your Python script that's alerting out to Slack, is it does it do any I'm just curious that you're probably just doing a direct what's it called? Oh, I keep thinking webroot. What the hell's that called? Webhook, right? Are you just doing a straight webhook? Yeah, webhook is the easiest. Yeah, I do. I don't use Python for it, but I do it out of Ansible, which is I know Python on the back end. But yeah, I can hit Slack as well. So I'll send reports out to myself every morning on Slack, like how clean my systems are, and all that stuff. Jasmine, as you said, SS60. I don't know what that is. I'll risky click it though. Hold on. Is that .com? Oh, I don't even know. Um, I mean that looks pretty cool. I've never seen that before, but that looks pretty cool. Yeah. I mean that's a cool little. Do they have ASCII art in here? Nice. They have all the ASCII codes, which is actually super useful. Oh, that's an awesome reference right there. I had not seen that before, just Mozart, but I think that's pretty cool. And by the way, like even though I am heavily a Linux guy, I am fine. Like I tell people all the time, I have PowerShell stuff up in our Discord because automation is automation, and like I think that you need to learn how to interact with whatever tools you use. While I'm a Linux guy and that's all I do for the most part, I have been in my career platform engineering lead over Windows as well. So I do know how to use PowerShell, and I do think it's awesome. Like I wouldn't say, oh, these need to be kept separate or whatever, right? Like, guys, we have to learn. We have to learn how to do this shit if if we want to be better at this stuff. So I think that's actually awesome. Um, Looks like they got a nice little bash. Or they got a little forum over here with. Oh, what was this? This was the underlying. What's it called? Yeah, PHPBB, the bulletin board. We used to run this same bulletin board, me and some of the guys, we did a thing called Hammer Block when we were at Lockheed Martin, and we ran our own one like this. Take Crease, you got started with Ansible, but got chewed out because it was for one machine. It wasn't worth making it an Ansible, apparently. Oh, man. Yeah, but the thing is, well, you'd probably know this, but the thing is, it would have been nice to do it in Ansible because then you could build the report and hit 1,000 servers. It didn't, it doesn't matter. Um, but anyways, yeah, this is a pretty cool little, and it looks like there's still people doing some stuff in it. Oh yeah, it looks like people are. Let's see, how old are the forums aren't super up to date, but here's the thing: the commands don't expire. So knowing your Linux commands, like guys, I try to when I show people Linux sysadmin stuff, right? It's a fine line between literally just sitting there and going, okay, we're going to start with the A commands and we're going to do everything. Like memorizing this stuff would blow most people's brains open. Like they wouldn't be able to remember it. It would be useless. So what I try to balance that against is like us doing like useful things. Like I'm not just going to use the background command and be up here and go, this is the background command. It takes a job ID and it does, right? What I'm going to try to do is show you guys how to background a command as you do something and how to foreground something as you're doing it so that you can see how the jobs command works and all these other things. And by using it, by touching it, you'll kind of get it. It would be kind of like if I was going to explain to you the game of catch and I sat you down and I'm like, all right, there's a glove. Gloves are made out of leather or some other material. They're designed to fit a 5-fingered human hand. Typically the left hand because that's your offhand and the right hand. But if you're left-handed, and I just sit there and talk for hours and hours about this thing before I say, hey, let's just pick up a ball and a couple of gloves and go have a catch, right? If you've ever seen It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, he's always asking his dad, hey, can we go have a catch? So go play a game of catch, and you're going to learn a lot about running around and scooping a ball and making sure the ball doesn't bounce up at your face and like all these things if you're playing the game of catch that I think you're going to learn more. And then when I sit down and I say, hey, there's this thing called a glove and it's made out of leather and it's designed for a hand. You're going to have that in your head. You're like, I was wearing a glove earlier. I know the smell of that thing. I know how it feels to close on a ball, and I know what it, when somebody throws a ball really hard, how it smacks the hand if I don't have, as I wear my glove out or whatever, right? So anyways, my point in all that is, like, this is awesome. I tell people to learn how to reference things. You don't have to know everything about the passwd command. You can go reference it, right? But you can also reference it down, obviously, on the command line too, with man pages and stuff. So anyways, the question was, how do I feel about this? I think this is a great little tool. I think this is probably got some nice stuff. Look, it's got some hex and stuff. Shows you how to configure the difference between bytes and kibibytes, right? Kibibytes and mebibytes and gigabytes and all those things that are, and tibibytes, which are different than terabytes and gigabytes and all that stuff. Yeah. I read man pages all the time. Colchis, I think I might have told you, I had a job interview one time, and I was all the way to the end. It was me and like one or two other people, and I was up interviewing with like their top few people at this company. It was for a company out here called LifeLock. They're out here in Arizona, and they're a pretty big company, and this was many, many years ago, probably 2012, and I was interviewing with them, and I was at the end of like all the interviews, and they sat me down at a keyboard and said, all right, troubleshoot this and this and this on a system. And I was like, all right. So I did it, and I pulled up a man page because I didn't know something. And they go, in all our time of doing this, nobody's ever pulled up a man page. And I'm like, nobody at the Linux command line has ever referenced? I almost wanted to say, do any of you know Linux? Like, seriously, we fucking reference man pages all day. Like, I mean, I don't know. I actually know the guy. I met the guy later that they picked for that course or that role, and it was actually interesting because, like, well, I don't know. I don't know how to put it, except he was like my mentee, but he didn't stay with them very long. So the guy that they picked apparently just interviewed better than me. I don't know, and he only ended up staying with them for like a year, which I thought was kind of funny too. So, but what can you do, right? What I mean, you can't win them all. I'm going to take this regeneration potion, and we'll take more attack speed, even though that's expensive attack speed, and we'll lose a little attack speed, and we'll slow everybody down. Alright, that's good. Alright, wave 10. Yeah. It's interesting. I mean, I would like to see. I mean, if more people were on it, it would probably have. Looked like the forums were active to right at the end of 2024, so probably some people are still dropping in there every now and then. But yeah, it's one of those things. Like I think there's a lot of excellent resources on the internet. There's one somewhere. I don't know if anybody wants to try to find it. It's called the. Does everybody here know what the Rosetta Stone is? The Rosetta Stone was like this thing that was found that really helped with translation of Old Egyptian, because what it did was on the Rosetta Stone there were 3 different languages written next to each other, and they were able to use it to guide translation, and that's where they got the idea for the name Rosetta Stone. If you guys ever do any of that language program stuff. Well, anyways, where I'm going with that is there was a Rosetta Stone for Linux commands somewhere out there. I think it was called like the Linux to Unix. We could probably look it up, but if somebody wants to look it up and drop it in the chat, you can. But it's or you can drop it in the Discord. But it was called like the Rosetta Stone of Linux or something like that. There was some name for it, and it had all the different versions of Linux and Unix back when it was written. And then it had all the comparisons between their commands and how you would do something on one versus how you do it on a different one. I always thought that was kind of a fun little kind of translation thing to get better at this stuff, to understand how maybe some things would be similar or different between the different whatever you're using. All right, wave 11, but I have no hit points. Wave 11, no hit points. I can only get hit once and I'm done. Alright, I think I see chat scrolling, but give me a second here. I gotta play the game a little bit, and then I'll go check on chat. 18 more seconds. I just gotta survive. 18 more seconds. That's the whole goal. Stay alive. All right. How's it going, Coffee Over Land? Yeah, I'm just hanging out, not working too hard. Trying to co-work a little bit here while I do stuff on my other screens. That's kind of the goal around here mostly. Just kind of keep stuff working. All right, this next level, I'm gonna have a bunch of I'm gonna have a horde of monsters. So I gotta stay alive through all that, and save for that. And maybe we'll do a little more speed. Oh, we don't have enough for that. So, yeah. So I mean, I'm just hanging out, and then at work, I'm waiting for some accesses. So I'm also just kind of reading docs and that kind of stuff. So, yeah. Today's kind of a little more chill day. I'm also waiting on an email back from somebody. I might push on her today. One of our what would you call them? Like execs? You know, people that they yeah, like an executive, and she's doing some paperwork stuff that I need to get, because I don't know if you guys have done anything with government, but let me just say it's a lot of paperwork and rigmarole and red tape and stuff. So I was waiting earlier for an email. Let me see if I got that email. I did not get that email. So yeah, I might have to push on her here in a little bit. They're East Coast time, so it's more like almost noon for them. So then I wait around and get a message over to them. All right. So this is going to be, there's going to be so many enemies on the screen here in a second, because this is the horde mode, or horde wave. So now what I gotta do is get more hit points so that I don't die, and then I need to just stay away from, I don't want to get pinned in a corner, and oh, that's bad. Don't get pinned in a corner, and also don't get hit by anything if I can avoid it. That's the goal for right now. Kill the enemies, stay out of the corners. But it's a horde wave, so like you're gonna have a really hard time clearing the horde wave in this game, at least by default. I'm on the hardest mode of this game too, so that's also a factor here. I'm playing the hardest mode. I only play this on the hardest mode. The other modes don't, like, I don't want to say they're not challenging. They're just not as challenging as this mode. Oh, I'm almost dead. Don't die. All right. More monsters, more damage, more attack speed, more scepters. All right. All right, let's get rid of him. There we go. Also, I changed our music up a little bit today. We're a little more on like a dark theme. So it's kind of it's our horror. We're in our horror mode sound. Let's see if we can get this. Sad Tomatoes great because you get more regen, but you start with a little less hit points, and that's fine. And then we're gonna start burning enemies just because that gives us more regen. And get more life steal. And crit. That's all good. Let's do that for now. Alright. Run around and try to survive. That's the name of the game. Run around, try to survive. I think actually, I mean, on a non-horde level, I could probably just stay in the middle and not even move. Yeah. Just stand still right here and wreck everybody. Also, side note to that about easy work, I got started back up again as of actually yesterday. I got the official acceptance to start my PhD again, so that's cool. And then I am on, this is the week 8 at my college where I teach, so I have a week off next week, so students, you know, no questions, no answering stuff, which is, you know, fine. I don't mind. I'll work with students even on break if they need. But but basically my point is it's kind of a chill week for me. I'll have a lot less work as far as that stuff goes. No grading for a week, none of that kind of stuff. Um, which it's always fine. Of course, I don't mind interacting with students either. That's all. It's always fine. What do I teach? I teach everything from. I started off in network engineering or teaching like network engineering, network administration. I teach, but systems engineering. I teach Linux systems. I teach, so Cisco basic stuff, and then mostly the Linux and networking. I teach some cloud stuff as well. So I teach over at DeVry. So actually, which is my alma mater, if anybody cares. But I said alma mater, which is Mater, but this thing doesn't know any better. So, yeah, I teach that stuff. I show people how to do that. Same basic stuff I show you guys in the Discord for free, but just do it for the college. Different stuff though. Like I never use the college's material. I always use my own material, obviously. So. Speaking of our own material, by the way, guys have been doing a really good job. Some of the guys in the Discord have been doing a really good job of taking all of the stuff that we're doing in the course, and they've been making it into the first couple of revolver tabs that keep popping up on the screen there on the left side. Those books are written by the guys. They put that all together. They build it out of GitHub, and they have a whole procedure for it. They meet on, I want to say it's Sundays now to do that. But that's those guys working on that stuff. So you guys have all kinds of resources to go and learn Linux in a way that kind of fits in with the enterprise, right? There's obviously the way of learning Linux where you just go do it and be, work on it in your home lab and that kind of stuff. And that's awesome. But also those guys have done a lot to help you tie it into back, like being an engineer, like being an admin and an engineer, like the Linux admin course. These are the things that you're kind of learning in there, and not just these things, because like I tell you guys, these things are valuable, I think, but we try to learn how to do these in a corporate environment too. So it's not just you know what I'm saying. It's not just the execution of commands at a command line. There's some value to that. But we do some discussions, and we do kind of like we do labs too, but we do discussions, and we talk about in our meetings, and we've got recordings for it all, on what happens when some of these things break, and what are the good Linux networking practices for an enterprise, right? So this stuff's all there. This stuff's all free too, by the way. This you can go to this link right now. Any of you guys, right here, boom. You can go to that link right now. Again, this is stuff that the guys in the Discord have put together, people in the group. And then we've got the security engineering course, which are these things, right? These are the things that security engineering course is working on and learning and stuff. And it's, again, we could just do these things, and I could just, show you how to go do them and be a mindless, drone. But that's not the point. The point is learning how you interact with these things and how they fit into a company. Last week we did bastions and air gaps. I almost broke my arm patting myself on the back with how well I thought this one went. I thought we did I thought this was really fun. And then this next week I hope to really make this one good for you guys as well. But these are all being written still as we go. So the guys have been going in and putting, look at these, they're putting in all the material here for you guys. So anyways, that's all there. That's all free. Like, we don't charge nothing for it. But it does give the people that want to do it, it gives you some good background for the industry. And then for you guys that are writing it, it gives you a lot of good, I think a lot of something good to put on your resume. Like, hey, I worked on this course and I helped build this. And I know they're putting together like a contributors sheet for each, so that they have who all the people were that were doing anything. So yeah, Colchis, I'm hoping to make these other ones just as good. I've got some more techniques that I've been kind of doing now, but we're going to get in and we're going to make these ones all fun. And again, fun and also learning a good amount, I hope. So, all right, let's go. Let's keep playing our game. We got level 15 next. Let's see if we can survive. Survive level 15. That's the goal. Oh, don't die. Don't run into bullets, as I was starting to. Also, I kind of got to figure out something to eat for lunch here soon. I'm kind of getting hungry. I haven't really eaten anything today. So there's that too. Got to do that soon. Alright, good. Range, engineering, a little less speed, we'll take it. Alien eyes, we'll take it. Wisdom, that's a really good thing in this game. Take that for more damage. More damage. A little less damage, but more luck. And baby with a beard. We don't really want that yet. Maybe later. We want the only thing that's killing our enemies right now to be our actual normal weapons. So, alright. Ghost Scepter. More luck. More luck. More damage. Alright. I think we can almost just stand still on this level. But I'm just moving around a little bit because I don't want those guys to get into their little capsules. If they get into their capsules, then it's a problem. It's a problem. Deathwish said found one of the best examples for air gap system root CA. Do you have an example of it? You can send it over. I will always take a look. We'll take that for now. And then don't need any of that. We'll take that. I will take that. Ooh, anvil, one of the best items in the game. Just gives you more armor. But we're gonna let it try to what's it called? Curse. If it curses, it's even better item. Alright, boss is down. Boss has been defeated. Now I just need to clean up his level. Focus is great. More range damage is great. Anvil did not curse, so we will hold on to it a little bit longer. And we'll see if Adrenaline... We'll see if either of those curse. Yeah, so we're just kind of hanging out today, guys, working through. I'm waiting. I was telling you guys I've been waiting for some accesses at work, so mainly it's just document reading and checking out what's going on in the wiki. So I'm doing that, and I'm hanging out and talking with you guys. But obviously, I got to do all that on different screens. Can't show the work stuff. That's why we're co-working. Hang out. If you guys got questions about the group or what we do, you can always ask them. That's pretty much what we're doing. Anvil did not curse still. Alright, we're going to take the anvil anyways. We were hoping for a curse, but we didn't get it. Glass cannon, that. Definitely want to take all those. Silver bullet, huge. And probably hold on to the obliterator for a little bit, because we might need it. I think that song started out with the same chord progression as the Moonlit Sonata. Or Moonlight Sonata, I guess. I don't think it's still on it, but I think that's how it started. So, that's always fun. I think you guys should be able to hear the music. I got it up loud enough, I think. We're just on our, we're on our dark music. We're not on our cheery music today. Ghost Scepter. Cycle. Boom. Deathwish. Back in 2000, I was implementing a central system with interest and documentation was starting the server, which was signing. Certificate should be isolated from the network in a locked room and if possible in a cage. Yeah, so Deathwish, we used to have a cage when I worked at, this is many years ago at GoDaddy, almost actually 19 years ago when I was at GoDaddy. And I worked in the NOC. And when people had to go work in our PCI environment, which is, any of you guys know PCI is your payment card industry stuff, they had to have a change request in. They had to go in with 2 of them. When they got to the cage, the specific cage with our PCI, our credit card stuff, they had to go in there and buzz in, and then they had to look up, and then us in the NOC, we had to validate that they were the 2 people that were in the change, and then we would open the gate for them to get in. We could open the gate from the NOC, which was very much the NOC, the NOC. It was very much separate from that data. I don't even know where that facility was, but they needed us to open the gate for them. So it was like this whole kind of list of things that had to happen for people to be able to connect to us and or to go and do work in there. And that's, I mean, that's the way a company kind of needs to do it to protect themselves, you know. Separation of duties, making sure that you have everything documented in your change requests and that kind of stuff. So, yeah, it was a big part of it. All right. Now, some of you guys are probably going to say, well, why aren't you killing those guys faster? Because I'm going to move away. I'm not going to kill them yet. Because if you kill the bosses on this stage too quick, this stage goes nuts. And it turns into this very, very difficult... Well, I'm about to do it on accident. If I kill that boss too quick, this whole stage blows up and turns into something completely different. We'll do it. It's about to be a whole big old mess of enemies on the screen, which is fine, I guess, because I'm collecting hit points by killing them, but it's still a hassle. More of a hassle than I might have wanted. That's fine. We're clearing it pretty easy, so we'll just keep clearing it. But I mean, you guys see how the game basically went into horde mode, dropped a horde of enemies all over us. So yeah, Dead End though, if you found something good, or if you found any good documentation on that and you post it up in the Discord, I'd appreciate it, because I'm always looking for things that go along with whatever week we're doing. And this week, for you guys that weren't around, it was all Bastion stuff. It was all Bastions, air gaps. What are we doing with systems? How are we kind of protecting the system data, you know, up and down? So, and I try to have just topical stuff, even if it's not directly, like, even if you might say, oh, that doesn't seem to be as interesting as the other things, but I still think sometimes there's stuff that's super useful. All right, let's get that. Still hold on to that. Just playing the game. Whistle, hook, heavy bullets. Hold on to all that for later. So yeah. So let me know if you guys have questions. Otherwise, we're just kind of co-working. I'm doing stuff on my other screens and hanging out. And you guys are hopefully not working too hard doing the same. We do have a Discord, you know. Got almost 4,000 people down there hanging out, talking shop. You know, varying levels of people being involved. But then again, I tell people all the time, we don't take attendance. Like, I don't check to make sure that you're still posting if you haven't been. Like, I do get a little sad when people leave, but I mean, that's like mostly people that have been working with us for a while, you know, like YGBSM was a guy a few years back that hung out with us for a bit, and then he wrote a really, really awesome paper for us, and then he left. So if any of you guys ever do the study group for our, for the API Academy, he wrote the study guide for the API Academy. His stuff was really good, and then he just kind of disappeared one day. It's like, oh man, I don't know. Yeah, Deaden, but definitely, or Deathwish, don't give us anything that's proprietary. But if you have anything that you can share, that's always good. Look at this. This coin is 5 luck for every 1% crit. That's huge, because now all of our luck stuff is going to go off the charts for damage. So we'll take that, and don't need any of that. Don't need any of that. We'll take that. And those are all cursed, so we'll hold on to this for now in case it curses, and then we'll go. Now we got 2 bosses to fight, but I mean, we're just murdering them, so it doesn't really matter. In fact, it's just takes a few seconds to, oh jeez, takes a few seconds to kill them, so that's it right there. We're past the end of the game, guys. We're just in the extra modes now. If you're watching that on the bottom right, we're not even on the normal game anymore. We're in the extra waves. We're in the unlimited mode part of the game now, or as some people like to call it, New Game Plus. I'm just kidding. I don't know if that's what that term means, but I don't do enough video gaming anymore to know all the new terminology. I pretty much stopped. I didn't stop, but I just don't game as much after like the first Destiny. I never did the second Destiny game. Doing all that stuff. It was fun. I had a good time with it, but company's no longer in business. Okay, yeah, then it's probably not as critical. Gummy Berserker, mirror, more speed, and we can mirror the goblet with curse. That's going to be huge. And we basically just heal, I mean, almost every time that we kill an enemy, so that's awesome. We're going to take this one, and we're going to still hold on to that. And fertilizer's fine. And hold on to all this stuff. Get that. How many of those little guys do we have? We have all 4 of our geckos now. So now, as we kill anything, every bit of stuff that we were grabbing off the ground flies to us now. So we don't have to go pick anything up anymore. We just stand in one place, and everything in the game will just come to us now. So that's big. That's clutch. We can go pick stuff up for fun, but at the end of the round, it'll all come to us anyways. So. Also, Deathwish, that's how I feel like the company ITT Tech no longer exists either. So, whereas I used to build curriculum for them, and I was a professor for them for like 7 years, one of the things that I didn't, or one of the things that I did after I left there, I have all my old material, obviously, but some of their templates I still use for like my my documentation. I still like to use some of the templates that I had from there because they just had a good workflow. So a lot of my templates and outlines for courses are based on those. So let's just take those. Don't need any of that crap. Take them. Hold on to the Ghost Scepter in case it curses. Take Rees, need some perspective on this. Been getting chewed out at work for lagging and automation. Then I'm learning this stuff, Python, Ansible, Terraform, source control, etc. Then told it gets to a point where we shouldn't spend a quarter on one thing. Take Rees, I mean, for me, I try to just do the best, in my case, I always just try to do good work on whatever I'm working on. But yeah, if they think you're lagging on automation, I mean, is your role directly related to automation, or is automation just a thing that you're adding in as like an admin engineer? Because like for me, there's obviously the job description, but then there's also what you do to make that job work better. And for me, a lot of my stuff I learned, I was just the platform engineering lead. And I would do all my automation just to make my life easier. And early on in my engineering career, I just did my automation to make my life easier, right? And then other people were like, "Oh, what's Scott doing over there? Why is his stuff like?" And then I would show them, and they'd be like, and then it would become like the standard or whatever. You're just starting out doing automation for the InfoSec team. Yeah, I would tell you the main things I would say then is, make sure that you're especially if you're starting it out, make sure you get the tool in a place everybody can use it. Or everybody that needs to can use it. That may be introducing. So Ansible by itself, some of you guys know Ansible by itself is just a very inert tool. It sits there on the ground like a little bash script. It doesn't do anything. But if you use a tool like an orchestrator, like AWX or Ansible Automation Platform, which Ansible Automation Platform you got to pay for, but AWX is still free, and you set that up and get that running, then now other people can kick jobs off and other people can do things, and you can start to do that. But I would say a lot of that starts with good planning and documentation. And then also the other thing I would tell you is make sure you have like a good code base. And you'd say, Scott, that's weird coming from you. You're a self-described platform guy, and you don't ship code. And I say, yeah, I don't ship code, but I do make sure that my code is up in a code base, and I have reviews with my guys and gals, I guess, to make sure that our code looks, good and is working on the systems that we're deploying. It sucks because the team comes from SRE platform engineering. Yeah. So I would say, try to get it standardized to do things the same way, and then work from there. I mean, you can't make everybody happy. You definitely can't make management happy. Management doesn't typically even understand what they don't know about stuff. Like I tell people all the time, my management over the course of my career, I could sit there and show them what I'm doing, and they'll still just look at me with a blank stare like I'm casting spells. Like in the Linux world, we're basically just casting spells, and the company is happy that everything keeps working because you try to show it to people and they're like, I don't know what that is. The server go burr. Yep, server's turning electricity into heat like it's supposed to. So, okay, good, right? That's all people really care about. So, what I would say is just try to have it documented, try to have it good from the get-go, and that'll go. We're going to be my next course when we're done with the security engineering course. I might take a little bit of a break, and then I'm gonna focus hard on having an automation one, because I want you guys to have. But it won't be automation just for adminning or automation for engineering. It will be automation for the sake of automation. Like automation for the sake of, like, if I wanted to take this technique and turn it into something for a security team, it shouldn't matter. Like I should be able to do it because I understand automation, if that kind of makes sense. Like I always use that example from the first Gladiator movie. Like if we stick together, it doesn't matter what comes out of those gates. We should be able to deal with anything that comes out of the gate. So, nothing can surprise us. Nothing can kind of overwhelm us or whatever, because we're prepared. Let's just grab all this stuff. I don't want. That one's too low. Screw it. We'll buy it. It'll all get built up in the wash. All right. I know that's not the most correct way to put that, but okay. Here we go. Boom, boom. All right, good. Man, that took half that boss's life in one hit. That shell that I shot at him from across the room. That's funny. All right. Take Crease. Hold on, I'm reading your thing here. I'll pause the game. Yeah, I told them to rip off one machine, can do it manually, then the automation for its after timing thing. Yeah, been making sure source control has been decent. Had to learn GitHub pretty hard. Yeah. Take Crease for sure. I mean, and then, make sure that you're showing other teams how to use, because here's the thing, like all these managers just hear automation and then they think, okay, we want automation, right? But then, then what they really a lot of times want is for your automation to work for other teams too. So they're like, not just that you write automation, they want it to work with other teams. So you have to have almost like a process that's easy for other people to get involved with. So then for that, sometimes that might mean that you have to build some training out for them. And you go, yeah, but I don't want to be in the business of training people. And you say, yeah, sure, it could be informal, but it's just a little slide deck that shows them, hey, this is how you request access to our tower. This is how you write your first playbook. And this is how this works. And then if you guys need, here's this little setup. And you might say, well, Scott, where's your background on that? Well, me and my brother introduced Tower. It was Tower at the time. Now it's Ansible Automation Platform. We introduced that at AAA. So the company AAA, the big insurance company, me and my brother implemented that there. So we did that, and now, I mean, this is years later. My brother's still over there, but we were running. There were over 5,000 jobs a day running out of that AWS. Well, it became Tower. And then it became Ansible Automation Platform. But we ran over 5,000 jobs a day out of there, over 200 different engineering teams, and we brought them all on, right? And you say, well, you brought them all on. What do you mean? We were the admins. Me and my brother were the two admins for that system. We built it up, and we were the ones that we tied it into. We got my brother did the certificates. We tied it into Active Directory, so then as long as the team got themselves a group, we could put the group in there, and then they would just get all the accesses that they would need. And it really I don't know, like we never went back and said 5,000 engineering hours a year or anything, but it was, if I had to guess, it was thousands of engineering hours a year that we were saving. And you got to figure, for every 2,080 hours that you save for a company of engineering, that's one less engineer. And you say, well, are we losing jobs? No, that's less of a waste, and engineers can go do more fun things, right? The more you have things automated, the more good stuff you get to go do. And that's kind of been my experience in my career. The more you automate, the more, I don't want to say fun, but the more challenging stuff you get to do that's not just troubleshooting. Right. Anyway, so that's that. So yeah, so Take Crease, I do plan on, that's the next course I plan on doing with us. The next two, in general, the next two courses will be, we're going to do, currently we're doing the security engineering, but this is the blue team side of it. So we're doing the defensive side. And then our next one of those, we're going to do another security engineering. That will be the red team side of it. So that'll be the offensive security side of things, right? Like what does it mean to be on the red team, right? Which some of you guys know I've led red teams, so that's not that big of a deal. It's just what are we doing? How does that interface with the business? We'll do some pen testing, but it will be more of like, how does pen testing work with an organization? Because a lot of people are in for a shock when they get on a red team, and then they realize, oh wait, I don't just have my hood up doing hackerish things all day. That's I'd say that's less than a third of it. The documentation and the reporting are bigger than the actual time that you spend in air quotes hacking. I guess unless you're on a company that all you do is go out and do dedicated red teaming. However, I would tell you, even if you did that, I'd still be willing to bet you spend more than half of your time doing documentation. I've never been on that side of things. I've only been on the side that's running their own internal red team. So I can't tell you what happens outside, but I can tell you that for sure you're going to do a lot of documentation for that company with what you find. So there's that too. Of course, where can we find blue team course? It's right here. This is the blue team stuff. I don't call it blue team, but it's all blue team. This is all the defensive side thing. And I tell you guys all the time, like, if you're not on the red team, if you're not explicitly on a red team for a company, right? Like, if it doesn't say red team or offensive security team, you're playing blue. So 99, and a half of us, 99.5, never touch anything but blue. And that's fine. There's nothing wrong with being a defensive player, right? But anyways, yeah, that's my thoughts on it. But let's keep going. We got a boss here. 2 bosses. One boss down. Second boss down. All right, good. That's both bosses down. 10 seconds into the level. That's what we do around here. Kill bosses, collect loot. We could really just, honestly, we could just stand still on these levels. We don't even need to move anymore. But I was just running around for fun, but I don't even have to move anymore in this game. So. Yeah, take crews. Yeah, you 100% the write-ups have to look good. You also have to explain methodology. People think like, oh, like why would I ever have to explain myself? Well, no, you have to explain yourself more. Any security in general, like even if you're locking systems down, I tell people all the time, the reason that a lot of the stuff that I do is so important is because I've built a pretty decent amount of my career around being good at interfacing with the rest of the teams, right? Like being a good engineer is explaining yourself, right? Because we don't just get to do, I tell people the days and years of us just sitting down in like a basement and nobody bugging us as Linux engineers are gone. Nobody's doing that for us anymore. We now have to interface with the company and do all these other things. So I'm gonna keep taking all this. Sorry, I'm thinking out loud while I'm doing other stuff. Let's do that, and then do that, and screw it. We'll just take that to get it out of the way. Try to curse that, and take that just to take it, and always take a dangerous bunny. See if I can curse that one. All right. Jeez. Taking a lot of damage to kill these guys. Very surprising with how hard my guy hits. Sorry guys, I'm focusing for a second. Gotta stay super focused. Can't believe how hard my guy isn't hitting for right now. Yeah. No. Nope. Yep. More range damage. More crit. I will take the speed and range. All right. Yeah, we're doing all right. We can pretty much stand still now. Again. Yeah, I was surprised though for that level that. Oh, because I had given those guys double hit points. That's why I was wondering why. I forgot I had given them the. There's a thing called celery tea that you give the enemies double hit points for a level, and then they get double hit points, but you get more experience forever. You get 5% more experience every level after that, so that's why it's worth it to do it. But I had forgotten. Yeah, that's what I get. That's why they were so strong. That's fine. Fun little game, Brotato. Just mowing enemies down, getting more hit points. More pearls. More pearls, more damage. I need all my crit back. We also want the fire. We're gonna see if we can get that fire to curse. Crit. There. Crown just to get it out of the way. White flag just to get it out of the way. Because unique items never show back up, so you don't have to worry about them. Take it, get it out of the way. Alright. Now we got 2 major bosses and 1 minor boss to fight on this level. And they're all dead. But this one, now they're all dead. So they're all dead. Now I can pretty much just stand in the middle again. Oh, you know what? I stopped this thing from going. We do have, yeah, the Linux security course and the Linux admin course running. Really just getting you guys into the stuff and understanding like what the role looks like. The security engineering one is stuff that I've been doing a lot in my career. So it's using the what we call the STIG viewer and the STIGs. The STIGs are a common framework for hardening boxes. But if you don't use those, you can. I mean, you can use any STIG standard, or you can use any standard, and then you just have to figure out how to use their tool and how to report it up to management. Let's take luck and crit and hit points and nope, and 4 attack speed for every 1 dodge. Take it. Melee, sure. More attack speed, and the Greek fire has cursed, so we want to take it. Kraken's Eye, we're gonna let that curse. We're gonna try to let everything curse. Now we got 3 bosses to kill. One of them's down, the other one's down, and the last one's down. So they're all down. One of them hit me though, because I don't have my little blue shield anymore. So you get that shield. You can have these little tardigrades, and then you can have more than one. You get these extra hits basically from it. So I did get hit right at the beginning of the level, but it doesn't hurt me any. So if anybody's paying attention to the bottom right, all the rest of the screens we're just kind of hanging out, watching stuff, seeing what there's stuff's going on in the environment. Kempis, you said, do I have a Bastion host? Yeah, to automatically set up. Yeah, yep. So my GitHub. is here, and the stream setup is right here. So this is the, for anybody that needs the Bastion deploy that I use, it's right here. So this is my Bastion deploy. It's a little dated. We're going to be updating it. In fact, I didn't. I think I said in the course. I'll reiterate it this next week. In fact, I'll go drop it in the. Let me drop it in my notes here so I remember to do it. But I am going to, you know, have some kind of little bounty. I always have like bounties or little stuff for the guys to do extra, and one would be to modernize or update my stream setup, because this is designed for run from tower, which is in my system AWX, deployed tests on a CentOS 7 or 8 system. So I need to update it to be Rocky 9 as well, and then we'll probably just move it up to Rocky 9, so we won't really worry. Well, we could also test it on Rocky 8 too, though, I guess. And then the users, we're going to update the way that we're jailing users as well. So yeah, this needs to be modernized, basically, is my point. It still works, still functions as a Bastion, but I need to get it updated for other people. So, so if anybody wants to get involved with that and do a pull request on that, you guys can. Tungan, you said if you found a .svg at the end of a draw.io file and reference in the README in GitHub, it will render it as my structure diagram docs. I didn't know that. That's awesome. You know who actually has been making me do SVGs, or has been teaching me about SVGs, was one of our guys, Treasure, who he recently moved, so he's in a different time zone. He doesn't always pop in, but he's as much of our artist as anybody around. He understands all that stuff. But he actually redid our page, so I redeployed this today with this is our new web page here. And then you can go and you can check like how to get certified with us, which is really just you get a cool little certificate, and it just shows, and here's the course book. So if you need the course book stuff, it's all in there for you guys. But yeah, that's stuff that he did, and then that's pretty cool. Anytime you figure something new out, especially around a tool that maybe you use often. I don't do a lot with art stuff, so I don't know it as well. I'm colorblind and really blind, so if you guys have seen how thick my glasses are, they're pretty thick. My glasses are in the thickness of like the 99th percentile. And you say, like, well, what does that mean? That means that I beat, out of 100 people with glasses on, I beat 99 of them, right? And that's easily true if you look at how thick my glasses are. They're quite thick. All right, we're gonna hold on to all these and see how we do. Let's go do level 32. Yeah, so anyways, that's pretty good. Pretty good little thing to figure out. I think you guys will find that, like, when I'm on task and focused, I'm pretty on it, but when I let myself get distracted, I do not focus well. When I get distracted, I sometimes just don't even know where my thoughts were. All right, I think we mostly just stand still on this level now. Well, Kempis, I never tested on Rel 9 is the point. I built it on 7 and 8 of CentOS. So that's what I need to do, is update it for Rel 9, Rocky and Rel 9. Yeah. So it's not that it doesn't work. It probably actually would work just fine. It just hasn't been tested and ported up. You know, like we've never sat down and done the work for it, if that makes sense. So all of these things crit, or all of those things curse. So that's cool. Let's hold all these. Ooh. I'll see if I can get that pearl to crit or to curse as well. And so you guys know I'm just kind of co-working a different stream or different screen on my desktop here. I'm working on some other stuff and just hanging out with you guys. So if anybody's got questions, anybody wants to talk about, Linux systems or the courses or, the GitHub over there, whatever we're working on in the labs. We do a lot of home labbing. I mean, obviously my stuff is all home lab, but then I open it up for everybody to use. And the way I do that is through Bastion hosts, right? And then that's a method for allowing users in. There's other methods that you could do. There's other, like, we even examined some other methods that may be better. I just never used them professionally, so I just go with pretty much what I know. Maybe elephant, hunting trophy, teacher, Perl, best text speed. It's all good. Take all that stuff. Screw it, we'll take the engineering. Take even more engineering. It's a legendary chain gun. We might see if we can curse that and then put that in as one of our weapons. So, alright, we got more bosses to fight. They are all dead. That's cool, we got that going for us. Am I using a KVM? Are you asking like in the home lab? Yeah, in the home lab I run 4 physical machines and then I run about 60 virtual machines outside of them, or inside of them rather. Yeah. The architecture looks like this. This is actually our kind of architecture diagram for the home lab right here. People come in off the internet, they jump in through the bastions, and then they go over into the lab environment over here. So these are like the little lab servers that you guys get into. So yeah, so it's XCP-NG, which is a hypervisor that forked off of Zen when Zen was picked up by Oracle, because Oracle bought Zen server, which was a open source virtualization platform, and then XCP-NG was forked from it. And it's not really supported very well. Most of the time, like if you were to ask me right now, hey Scott, what should I use in my home lab? I would tell you mostly to just do I would tell you mostly to use like Proxmox. Hold on, max HP and elemental damage. Oh geez, we're taking it. Probably shouldn't have taken that, but we did. Alright, chain gun. Taking it. Get out of here. Oh, I literally can't even buy it right now. Oh, geez. I've made a mistake. Guys, I've made a terrible mistake. I spent all my hit points to have the highest elemental damage anybody's ever had. Oh, gosh. Alright, we gotta build our hit points back up, guys. That's what we're doing now. So, number 1 rule, don't get hit. Number 1 rule, don't get hit. I have 23 hit points. Any one hit will kill me. But I get 1 free hit, so I need 2 hits to die. So the goal is to not die, so therefore... Oh, and I just dodged one that did hit me. That was a chance dodge, not a real dodge. All right, we're getting up at enough hit points to at least buy that chain gun now. That was my own fault. All right, ooh, good. Oh, what am I using for my keyboard mouse? I use hold on. Oh, I have it. You know what? I have it all up in the Discord somewhere. I need to drop it in there again. Like I know I should drop all the items, but I use a just a little I don't know, it's like a $30 mechanical keyboard, so it's super cheap little keyboard. And then I use a rollerball mouse, so I don't have to move my wrist around as much. And then I have a draw pad from what are those things called? They're called, it's one of the cheap ones, but a lot of like college professors use it. And then my monitors. Oh, actually no, hold on. I'll pull it up. Hold on. You guys just want to see my... Hold on. I'll just pull it all up for you. Give me a second here. Here's our Discord, right? Boom. So if you guys have never seen our Discord, here's our Discord. And in our Discord, I posted this yesterday because somebody wanted to see in the home lab, right? So here's my machines. I know they're a little dusty, but here's my little half rack of servers that sits in my old office. I've got 4 physical machines in there that kind of do all the work, right? And then here's my keyboard mouse combo. So the wife has a little beanbag chair in my office that she likes to sit in. Got my water over here to my left. This is my area. This is the wife's area. I gave her a little desk in my office, but it's smaller than my desk. And then that's my desk. And that's my monitors and stuff. But I just use, I don't know, it's just a little cheap keyboard and then a rollerball mouse. And then I keep wanting to call this a Zephos, but that's not what it is. It's I got the name of it somewhere here. Hold on, I can find it. It's what the hell's the name of this little guy? Not Elecom. I can't find the name right off. Hold on. But anyways, whatever it is, it's just a little. This is like a little draw pad, and it's super useful for drawing stuff. I was watching a movie. I was watching a terrible movie that I turned off. Wacom. That's exactly what they're called. Wacom tablets. Yeah. Yeah, and then these are 35-inch monitors. And this monitor here, this is the kicker right here. This monitor, you see this little rounded thing underneath it? This is a little like $20 platter that you can buy off of Amazon, and I can rotate this monitor. So when the wife is sitting, so this monitor right here, you see the rounded part at the bottom? I know I got to do all my cable management. This monitor can turn, this one right here. So when the wife is sitting here, the monitor that's sitting right over here on the desk can turn, and I can just slide over here, or I can sit by her. This is a pretty big beanbag chair. Me and the wife can sit next to each other on it and watch stuff on this big monitor right here. So this monitor becomes my kind of display monitor. When I'm hanging out with you guys or when I'm doing whatever, I'm over on this monitor here over on the right. So that's what I'm showing you guys this on. And I got my little arm with a Blue Yeti mic. I use Blue Yeti mics because that's what I had. That's what I used in the college for a while, and that's pretty good. So yeah, that's kind of the home lab setup. I always drop pictures and stuff for you guys if you want. But yeah, Wacom. I bought like a $40 Wacom tablet. Some of those can go up to like thousands and thousands of dollars. There's very expensive Wacom tablets, but I got a really cheap one, and it literally can just do all my drawings. So if I need to draw anything or whatever, it does a pretty good job of it. So I'm a big fan of those little tablets. All right, now I can buy the chain gun finally. Get that, and then oh, that's terrible. We didn't even get anything good. Let's hold on for a good bell. Hold on for that. All right, gotta keep leveling up, guys. That's the goal. Or keep getting our hit points back up. We're at 53. 54. We're at 63 now. Again, we're trying to build that back up because it's not very good right now. Our actual our hit points are not very high. We're in the 70s. That's good. Take garden, that's fine. Attack speed when standing still. We'll take it. Nope. Yep. Oh, +2 engineering for every 1 elemental damage. I get 2,500 because I have so many elemental damage. I'll take it. And we'll take note of that. And we'll take more attack speed. And then let's hold all these and see what happens here. All right, we got bosses to fight. I hope they all die before they get near us. They did. All right. So now our goal, we're at 160. We need to get higher. 160. Get as high as we can, guys. That's the goal. I know I'm just playing this little game down here in the bottom, but I'm also kind of checking stuff out. I got another screen that I'm monitoring for all my work stuff. Just kind of talking with you guys and hanging out and co-working a little bit. Actually, let me go check some stuff over there real quick. Make sure I'm not missing anything. Checking some work tickets. Alright, so I got to plan on what I'm eating, guys. I got to figure out if I'm getting food here sometime soon. What's going on? I need a plan, guys. Need a plan. What's the food? We're at 178 hit points, by the way. 179 now. That's not bad. It's not great, but it's not bad. 183. It's getting better. And then we'll jump up at each end of the level because we get a percentage. So 291. Okay. Take that. Take that. No. Take that. More crit. No. Don't really care about that. Do care about that. More hit points. Oh, we'll get our last fish hook. That's good. And then probably we'll go for more. Probably range. How's our range doing? 473. Need a little more range, a little more armor. And then we're going to take the mirror. And then we're going to take the exoskeleton because that's crazy. And then we'll take the sunken bell. Oh yeah, this is going to be potentially the furthest I've ever gone. I mean, I've went up into the 50s before, but we could go pretty high. All right, we're going to start building up our obliterators, I think. And then, oh, this thing, because it's based off of engineering and elemental, is this thing will do 29,000 damage. So I might want to get one of those things here too shortly. Cooking with Kale, you said, does anyone have any experience running local LLM? Want to chat about value prop of a Ryzen AI, what is that, 9X HX 370? Interesting. I can tell you there's definitely people in the Discord that would talk to you about that because there's a lot of people that run AI. I run a local LLM in my home lab. And then if you, I know you're not necessarily asking about this, but if you're looking for a good lab on that, one of our guys, Fisherman Guybro, one of our guys wrote a pretty good lab on running a local LLM. So if you've never run a local LLM and you want to learn how for people, this is one of our guys, Fisherman, who he does AI for AWS, so AI ML type stuff for them. So he has a pretty good little set of labs. If you wanted to do just all of his labs, they're all here. If you were like, oh, that's cool, but where's his other labs? He has some really cool labs on being a sysadmin, because he was a sysadmin and a manager of sysadmins for like 9 years. So he's got some really good stuff for you guys to maybe check out and play around with. I love his labs on just being a sysadmin and how the tickets come in and kind of the BS that you're going to deal with in your career. So his stuff's pretty good. He's got the whole Linux admin adventures. So I need to convince him. I got to try to convince him to make like 1 or 2 of those a month. You know, like try to get him to make some more. I've been pushing myself to do at least 1 a month this year. So I've been making a bunch more as we go. Right, in these topical areas. Mostly we've been adding Linux and Ansible ones this year. So here's our Linux labs. If anybody needs those, just let me know. I'll link them. And then back to my gaming. back to gaming while we're getting everything else going here. All right. We're at 181 hit points. We're trying to get higher hit points. So see how high we can get. Goal is to not move and to stay alive. Had to move a little bit. Didn't want to get hit by that. Yeah, actually, I need to figure out what I want to eat because I haven't eaten. But I didn't work out all week. I just, like Monday, Tuesday, I was too sore to get up and go to the gym. And then the last 2 days I haven't either. So I need to get back in there wrestling, right? Gotta keep up with the youngins. Gotta remind them they will respect my authority. I'm just kidding. All right, I didn't want to get hit by those two, so I had to move a little. I wasn't paying attention to the screen. So, all right, watch out for all that. Should be good. Okay. Cole, you said the benchmark I saw with 96 gig DDR. Nice. So, cooking with kale, we're going to have in the home lab here, I'm going to be getting one of these things soon. They're not released yet. Well, let's actually go check. What's that thing called? It's the NVIDIA. Hold on. Somebody help me out. What's that name? It's the NVIDIA. What's the name of that digit? Isn't it digits? Somebody help me out here. It was the NVIDIA, but they hadn't released it yet, but it was going to be a workstation box. So last I had checked, it was still just, it's still just sitting there. I don't think you can buy it yet. You can reserve them. Let's go see what reserving now looks like. We're just going to put this, we're just making LLM in the lab with it. Oh, I don't have an NVIDIA account. I could log in with Google. But, yeah, this thing's going to be a pretty solid little box, and I'm just going to make it part of the lab, and then we're just going to mess with it. So it's going to be a Grace Blackwell AI supercomputer on your desk, and I'm just gonna put it as part of the lab processing. Probably carve it up, or I mean, it could just be its own host on the system too. We'll figure it out and figure out how we want to send workloads. So we have a lab box. We have a box now, but it's running off of 32 cores and 32 gigs of RAM is what he runs on now. So that box is not really great. It can chew through things, but it doesn't do it great by any means. So interesting. So this is the NVIDIA stuff. DG Spark. We're gonna get one of these in the home lab here. When I already got the wife to approve it, I said, "Wifey, I make a little bit of streaming. I make a little bit of scratch by streaming and all this other stuff. Can I get this?" And she's like, "You do whatever you want." And I said, "Yes." Wife actually doesn't really care what I spend money on, but I like to run it by her because I think this thing's gonna be about $4 or $5 grand. So it's not some just don't tell the wife type purchase. Anything under 100, I don't have to tell her, but if it's over 100, I typically let her know. All right, we don't want the black flag. We'll take the metal. Don't want the toolbox. Want the pearl. Want the lens. Take more crit. And ooh, we got another one of these guys, so we're gonna toss him. Get that. We're gonna toss the particle. We're gonna take that particle accelerator is up to 52,000 damage now. Jeez, gosh, that's a lot of damage. All right, everything's cursed. We're taking it all, and we'll hold on to this, and we'll take that because it's not cursed yet, and go to wave 39. Got 57 hit points, so that's not good. But we also got this little particle accelerator that's just going to wreck everybody for 200k damage every hit. It's hitting for 205,000 damage. That's a lot of damage, guys, in this game. This game's designed to like go up to like 1,000 damage, and we're hitting for was that 300 and something thousand? Oh, I can't. The numbers are too overlapping. We'll have to catch it on one of these. It's 212,000 right there. 214. Yeah, 214,000. That's a lot of damage. Hayes, are you staying busy? Yeah, I know you were saying you were doing deployments today, so and it sounded like from what you were saying that the planning wasn't spectacular, so that's always fun. I am still working on another screen. I'm just kind of keeping an eye on this as I review docs and get ready for some of the stuff that I'm deploying. And then also, most of you guys know when I do work on stuff, most of my stuff's automated, so there's not really much that I have to do except kind of just I do a lot of just babysitting things. Look, my landmines would do 4,400 damage. That's ridiculous. We'll take more elemental, more alien eyes, take more luck, and for this we're going to take more armor because that's our lowest stat. And then we're going to hold on to this. Actually, when we get this, we'll have max, so we'll just collect that. And then take some of that. And hold on to the tentacle, see if that thing can curse. See if that curses. We'll let all these things try to curse. Alright. We're on wave 40, so there's going to be 2 bosses and 2 mini bosses. Let's see if we can kill them before we even have to move. Yep, dead, dead. I thought moving was prudent. I don't know if I had to move, but yeah, everybody's dead. Everybody's dead. Nobody can stand with us. Or in MMA parlance, nobody can stand and bang, right? Oh, I always thought that was so stupid. Just go stand in the middle and just... Especially for guys like that are grapplers. Like, I'm always like, why? You're a grappler. You're supposed to take him down and do something there, not stand there and get knocked out because this guy's been kickboxing since he was 3 years old. Anyways, all right, I'm just thinking. Oh, it's the platform you use? Is the platform at least stable? Oh, the deployments were all yesterday? Nice, nice. Well, it's good to get that stuff out of the way. Deploying to a higher environment requires manual recreation of some resources, yeah. But it's job stability. But it does suck, yeah, having to go through that kind of stuff. Take more damage, more damage. The lantern we always want. More damage, more damage, more damage. Never take the couch. That thing's stupid. Don't want blood donation because you take damage. None of that crap. Yep. Take the piggy bank just to get it out of the way. And we're going to take more dodge. Alright. Scarf and metal plate. Corrupt, or got cursed, so we take them. Take all this. We can get another legendary chain gun if we wanted. Oh my gosh. We're gonna hold on. We're gonna hold on to it. It would do 25,000 damage. Jeez. All right. We got 4 bosses now. We'll have 4 bosses on this level. 4 mini bosses, and they are all dead. All the bosses are dead. So that's kind of funny. Now we just stand here, collect loot for the rest of the level. Platform not stable. Total job security. Well, Hayes, if I worked there, the platform would be stable because they would probably put platform in my name. And if platform is in my job title, I'm going to make the platform stable. That's like my thing. That's my thing. It has 99% CPU. 99% CPU in idle. Well, I mean, I guess the best thing you could do there is figure out how you can offload some of it. So there's 2 ways you would walk from it. Maybe you'd be surprised, Hayes, what I actually put up with in the industry. I've put up with some wild stuff, and also I have kind of like a hard desire to make things work better. So even if like something is shitty, I'll still stick around and try to fix it. All right, let's get rid of this because it's not doing enough damage. Baby with a beard, crit. All those things are great. We'll hold on to all these things for later. All right. We can't take many hits, guys. Any hit's gonna kill us. Well, it would take 2 hits to knock our shields down, and then the 3rd hit would kill us. So that should be good. But they haven't chased you off yet. Yeah. You know what though? Like I think that from a lot of that stuff, it's not necessarily that you learn patience through that, because I think that the more you use your patience, the less you go somewhere else and then you don't have that patience anymore. So I think that's more of a resource that dries up. I don't think you like gain patience, but what I do think you get is you get a kind of like a resilience. You see the errors that people are doing, and you very much are a zealot about making sure that doesn't get built into future processes. So then I think you're more useful for like deploys in the future, because you're like, oh hell no, I ran into that, and that was a problem that plagued us literally for the rest of the time we ran the system, and that's like that's a thing that we have to do. We can't. You've gotten to plan out migrations to other environments for one of my teams. Nice. Yeah, if you're working on that stuff, that's all just good for later too. Good for later on in your career. Let's take more hit points, and we're not going to take any of this stuff because none of this stuff is great. We'll take a wolf helmet because it's already cursed, and then we're gonna try to get our hit points like up over a few thousand, right? We don't want to get one-shotted. That's the goal. Don't get one-shotted. One-shot the enemies. Don't get one-shotted. Is that 360,000? That looked like 500,000. I can't see the numbers. 112 for sure. 191,000. Something's still for sure hitting over 300,000 though. 371. Yeah, there we go. Those are some big numbers, guys. Give me a second. I'll go look at what's going on over on YouTube here in a second. Yeah, Kale, I'll look here in a second. Let's see. Hold on. You said when you buy an AI workstation, you have to look not at the RAM frequency, look at the transfers per second, because there's a huge difference between 192-bit and 256-bit memory bus. Oh, for sure. Yeah, cooking with Kale, that's for sure. In fact, I was telling the guys the other day, one of the supercomputers I'm building there's a Dell NVIDIA project coming up, and we're going to be using a new chip that puts the CPU and the GPU are on the same chip, and then all of the local memory cache, all the L caches that are close, are going to be directly accessible by the GPU, and it should make for some very, very high numbers, because yeah, most people that know or deal with GPUs in general know that the slowness in a GPU, the major problem of the slowness in the GPU is the bus speed, because the GPU writing back to the RAM it's slow. It greatly slows things down. Another problem that's mostly been solved in systems world is getting the data from your globally, your large parallel file system into your boxes, right? That's the other one. So you have all these different boxes, and they're running parallel jobs and split up workflows. And one of the things that we do there is we have the RDMA, right? The direct memory access for your network, and that RDMA gets to bypass all the kernel stuff and go right into as we pull stuff in, we can drop it right into memory, so it's faster access by our supercomputers and stuff. So yeah, there's all kinds of techniques and stuff out there that are coming up and advancing through the ways of doing all this. Let's see, damage. Go for damage. We'll go for our lucky charm and our med kit, and then we can take that speed, and then we're gonna hold off and try to get another particle accelerator up over. This one hits for 109,000 before any other updates that it hits. That's pretty funny. We'll hold on to that. All right, bosses. We should melt the bosses. They are melted, and then now we just stand here and collect our loot. SSAD gets much better than I was, and he 1099s it. Hold on, I'll have to look at that. Is that one of your buddies? Hold on, I'm looking at my other screen here for a second. So far in 3 months, I've made more money than I earned back in 2023 doing AV. Yeah, I can see that. I think like from like an engineer, if you look at engineers, man, a lot of engineers desire to solve problems. They like puzzles and such. That's why I always have like little puzzles on my desk. They're my engineer traps, and because it would always make the engineers hang out by me, and the other engineers, right? And then I'd be able to ask them questions or whatever. So where I'm going with that is to your point there. Hayes. Yeah, like it's also more, I think it's more rewarding too, because you probably get a lot more challenging types of questions. Take range and knockback, sure. And then we'll take, we want range, but we also want crit. So we'll take crit and damage. All right, another particle accelerator. We're gonna put that over this guy. And we're gonna let this thing, we're gonna let this guy go. We're gonna let all these things try to. No, we don't want that one. Don't want none of that crap. Yeah, we'll take that. All right. Critzy, you said, do I have a link to the Linux course? Yeah. So there's a few. Yeah, right here. This is the main Linux admin course right here. Critzy. And then if they want to do the security engineering course, that's right here. So those are free courses right there. Those are the books on them, and they'll kind of get them started. Best way to run through the course, though, I think, is to be in the Discord and to hang out with other people that are doing it. But if they, if they want to just do it on their own, that's where they'd go do it. Yeah, Hayes. Yeah, end of the days, always felt satisfied. Nice. That's actually funny you say that, Hayes, because I think I like to hang out over in Sid Heresy's channel. He's one of the guys on Twitch here that does AV stuff, and he'll go on jobs and he'll go and he talks about that, how like if something's wrong, like it's wrong to like 400 people that are trying to listen to a speech or something. Like your audio visual stuff needs to be tight, right? And he was talking about how he's had to come in and clean up after some guys just do shit work and like none of their stuff works and stuff. And yeah, that's it seems like there's probably some interesting real-time events, but you also get a good amount of experience in that space, I imagine, working with like operations, right? Because like, yeah, once things start going live, you need to make sure everything's working, and you need to make sure that all the headsets are good and all the whatever you're doing. Yeah. Oh, I'm sure. Yeah, if in audiovisual, yeah, if somebody's relying on you to keep the communication systems up or something, yeah, I can see that. Yeah, the most AV I've ever done in my career was just, when I first got out of the Army and first worked for a school district, I was helping teachers set up their desks and setting up we had these things called smart boards that they would write on, not with dry erase markers, but they could draw right back onto their screens, with the kids and stuff. And those little smart boards were actually pretty cool. But the yeah, electricity can be lethal. Yeah, absolutely, all those things are true. That's wild. Yeah, I never got as far into that side of the things. Let's see if we can get. I'm holding on to these things because I want to see if they'll curse. But let's just go beat another level maybe. Yeah, I'll stick with my low voltage Linux systems. Although most of you guys know, there's enough amperage in a in most of the system power supplies to kill you. So like I've actually heard of a guy sitting at his desk and he had the side off of his computer and he touched his leg to the side and he got a shock from the power supply and it killed him. So it's like, yeah, you could definitely kill yourself with some of this stuff, but I mean, I almost think, you know, there's got to be some other factors involved there, like not paying attention and being a little bit overly, you know, not respecting the technology. Because I've never personally seen anybody get zapped in a data center, but I've been in data centers where people have been killed before because they didn't do whatever they were supposed to do. So we don't want the little bloody hand here. That's not a great tool for us. We don't want the gnome. We'll take more. We're gonna take more speed, even though we can't use the speed, but we can at least have it. I'm just gonna hold on to all these things. All right, got 122 hit points, so we don't have a whole lot of hit points. Gotta try to get that up a little bit. Gotta be more than 110 volts AC, not DC. Yeah. Yeah, I've seen some pretty gnarly stuff in data centers, but not. I haven't seen anybody get blasted in the data center. I've only ever heard about that. But I have been in data centers that had halon in them. You guys know what halon is? Halon's this gas under high pressure, and it basically it pushes all the oxygen out of the room. And if you're ever in a data center, they don't do it anymore. They don't do it anymore for environmental reasons, but if you look it up, it's also because it's very unsafe. And whenever I'd be in a data center with the halon, I would always count the steps to the door, because you have the breath that you have in your lungs to get out of that data center. You can't take the next breath. So like I used to, when I'd go in data centers, I would always know exactly how many rows down and how many racks, how many steps to get to where I was. Because if the halon went off, you have to get out of that room. Otherwise, they're going to be dragging you out, and hopefully you make it. But you're not going to have any oxygen until it's done. Yeah, they use something else now. Yeah. But for sure, back when I was doing it. And then, so I worked in Bradleys in the Army. Bradleys are a type of vehicle. And that was one thing I did. I was an infantry guy, but we had Bradleys. So we also had to know how to get out of those things, because if you didn't get out of that thing fast enough, you could also, you know, be carried out. Yeah. Yep. Neptune, the worst thing you saw was a guy who was moving a beefy rack mount, wasn't careful, and caught his hand between it and the rack, left the blood trail, and came back with some... Oh, I'm sure. There was a guy that came in one time from IBM, and he was a heavier gentleman, like on the 400 plus pound range, and he stepped on one of our raised platforms, and we were moving a big P595 system in, and it had a top hat on it. It's brutal. But anyways, he stepped on one of our, and I don't know why they were loose, but one of our floor tiles, and they're always square raised floor tiles, right? It fell in on him, and he was a bigger guy. So the other edge of it came up, and if you guys ever worked with those floor tiles, I don't know why they're as sharp as they are. I don't know why it seems like somebody has sharpened them, but it popped up basically, so it came up at an angle, right? Because as you step down on one side of a square, the other side's going to come up. We're not dealing with circle, you know, because you guys all know why there's circles in the pothole covers, right? Like, why are those all, not potholes, sewer covers? You know why those are all circles, right? Because the circle can't fall in itself, but a square can. Well, anyways, he stepped on one side, it shot up on the other side, and it lacerated up the inner thigh. And he was like having significant bleeding and had to get carried out. But he was like 400 something pounds, so it was like multiple people had to get him out. Plus, we were in an area where you couldn't bring the ambulance, so we had to, you know, it was not good. So that's kind of the worst one of that. I've heard of people getting zapped and killed, but I've never actually seen it, and I try to stay far away from, you know, I'm always careful where I'm touching in the data center. I also don't do power in a data center, except to initially set up my racks, energize my racks, right? A and B side power and that kind of stuff. But for me, it's almost always just plugging in the systems, you know, plugging in and making sure I'm on A side, B side power, all that kind of stuff. But, you know, I don't do any more with power than that. So, you know, tell you guys one of the reasons I'm not an electrical engineer is because I'm colorblind. So if you ever wonder, oh, Scott said he doesn't do a lot with power. Well, that's why. It's because I just don't I don't have the capability to do it, so I didn't decide to dig too far into it. But you know, aside from just my base stuff. So. Far less timid. Yeah, yeah. And if you're smart enough to carry around a tool to test, at least let the tool blow before it blows you. You know, and when I say blows you, I mean like blows you to pieces and kills you, not the fun kind that some of you probably thought I meant. Like I'm talking about like the kind that like blows your feet out the bottom and kills you. That's not golden. Or as we say, that's not very cash money. Although I guess maybe it would be cash money for your family because they'll be collecting, but you'll be dead, so it won't be any fun for you. All right. Now my goal on this is to get more of these particle accelerators because I could literally have so many of them right now, and I would just be wrecking this whole the whole game. So if you guys are wondering, if anybody's wondering, they came in late on my brotato here. How did I break the mechanics of this? I was on like level 20 something, I think, and I got an axolotl. And an axolotl will switch your highest and your lowest. So I switched my 2400 hit points or whatever I had for my like 2 elemental damage. And because of that, my elemental, and then because I had the little thing that gave me more engineering from it, I have like a ridiculous amount of elemental damage, 1277, and my engineering is 2654. So that makes these particle accelerators go insane because they're based off of my elemental and my engineering damage. So they're tremendously high. 130,000 damage, 127,000 damage. Each hit, but then when they crit, they're up in like the 317k, in fact. So, which dashboard? Do you want to see a dashboard on the left? One of these? Which one? This is Grafana, so that's Ranger. It's my dog Ranger downstairs. This is all of the lab information and lab like CPU usage and stuff. You'll also note that my wife rebooted all my servers the other day, so that's why we're at 4 days uptime. This is all my security stuff and security stuff that I care about. These are my dashboards for my logs, so everybody trying to log into my system and failing. These are the logs for all the hammer boxes for what people are doing in the hammer environments. Every command is logged, right? Everything that happens. Well, not every command, but every security-related thing is happening. There's our swag. That's stuff that we have for the group. Move it back down to where I had it. And then, you know, that's our little shop. And then here's our new, actually, Treasure got this updated to me today, and I updated this today, so it's got dark mode and stuff, our system. And then, yeah, this is our home lab stuff and diagrams and stuff. So hopefully that tells you what was going on there. But mostly we're just looping through everything. Take goldfish, take clockwork wasp, take that, take the night vision goggles. We don't want the knot yet. Take more damage, and ricochet is now. Oh, this is gonna be just metal. This is gonna be so terrible. Go ahead and take this and update. We're gonna get a treasure map, but we're gonna hold on the treasure map for a second. And now we're on wave 50. So let's see if we can kill all the bosses before they get near us. All the bosses are dead. All right. Yeah, we definitely broke the mechanics of the game because I don't think I've ever been past level 50. So we are well beyond what I think I've ever made it to in this game. So yeah, Grafana it's a pretty good little tool, and all those dashboards, I did customize 2 of them. No, 3 of those are customized by me, but the other ones are just the free ones that you can download. Like you can download already built dashboards to have a starting point because there's this old engineering thing, you know, it's really hard to start from a blank page. So it's a good idea to find something that somebody else has done and then modify it for what you guys kind of need, you know? So, guys, I'm going to leave this running here. Well, I'll let this stop for a second. And then I'm going to go to... Hold on a second. I'm going to bring up my little hourglass. And I'm going to say, take a break if you want to. Yeah, we'll put the hourglass right here. and just say take a break and think about Linux. I don't have any questions or anything for you guys right now, but take a break. I'm at about 2.5 hours of just kind of co-streaming, co-working. And yeah, hang out. If you got questions, feel free to ask them. Hopefully this stuff's useful to you guys, and hopefully it tells you that we got a Linux group that you can hang out in. I'll be back. I'm not missing nothing. Smoke them if you got them. Yep, that's true. Although I also don't smoke, but that was an old army thing. Or I guess military thing. I think this is broken. Better. You guys should be able to see that now. Yep. Let me get my... Yeah, there we go. We got everything back up. So Hayes, it sounds like you guys are staying busy. You're still working remote though, right? I think all that stuff's better when you get to work remote. Move this out of the way over here. All right. Take more range damage. Take more dodge. Treasure map, bag, leather vest. More damage. Probably hold that. Level 51. See how level 51 looks. Yeah, but guys, we're mostly just hanging out, doing a little co-working. I got stuff going on in my other screen. Stuff for work that I can't show you guys, and this is just mostly us hanging out and talking shop about Linux and learning Linux-related things in the industry. So, yeah, if you guys got questions about that stuff, let me know. Or if you just want to hang out and lurk, you can do that too. Certainly not here for my video game skills. Although I have broken Brotato right now. I'm probably going to go to like level 100. So that's kind of funny. We'll get more armor, more damage. We'll get more of this speed. I guess we'll take more of these little mice. Nah, we don't want that yet. We are going to want that. Alright. So, our weapons are currently hitting for 130,000. We buy that. Now they're going 139. It's pretty good. Alright, we got bosses on this level. They should disappear as they land on the screen. They have. Alright. Let me get rid of my little... Good. Alright, so we're done with break, but obviously we're just kind of hanging out. I'm over here munching on a little wrap that I made. A little turkey and cheese wrap. Pretty good. Should be pretty good. Take the speed. Take the engineering, I guess. Take the luck. Alright. So we can just stand still and let the game run. Oh, got a phone call. Give me a second here, guys. The sky. Guess they didn't want to talk to me. Alright, we're just back to chilling. Not working too hard. Do we give double? Yeah, we'll give the enemies double hit points. Screw it. Give them a chance to beat us. See if they can win. Double hit points. They did not win. Did not go well for the enemies. 5 bosses dead. Well, they're all mini bosses, but still. Basically just wiped. We did all that just to get a little bit more experience each level. Kind of funny. We will not take that, nor that. Take that. Yep. Yep. Nope. Take more crit. It'll take more crit. Or lifesteal. Take more engineering. Guess we'll take big arms on one of the next ones. Alright. More killing. That's 630,000? Yeah, that's what it looked like. 355,000. It's pretty good. 652,000. Those are pretty good numbers. 654,000. Pretty good numbers for killing monsters. $307. Not terrible. Take more attack speed. All right. Basically making this an idle game at this point. Oh, they almost got me. I decided I'm just gonna stay in one place and see if anybody can get to me. Which those ones are real close. I'm pretty sure it's a one-shot death if I get hit. I will take it. Take it. More engineering, more range damage. More enemies. Alright, we got 5 bosses. We should have five mini bosses right here. They didn't even get to me. So, that's unfortunate. I know I kind of asked it earlier, but what's everybody still working on today? Maybe there's some new people here that have cool stuff that they're doing. We always want more ricochets. More armor. Yeah, we always want all this stuff. And our last little starfish. We're going to let him... We're going to see if he can curse. Because if he curses, that means even more stuff on the ground from the enemies. Which is always the goal. Finally got me. Drago, you said you just ran date-s 24 April 2025. Because you want to know exactly what the time was in epoch seconds. Is that what that was? Nice. Yeah, that's the furthest I've ever been, wave 58. Although I wasn't taking it too serious at the end there. 104. This thing was hitting for 159,000. Did a million or 138 million damage. God, those obliterators couldn't even keep up, and those are some of the highest damage weapons in the game. That's fun. That was. I'm gonna take a screenshot of that for the for posterity. I'll go drop that in our Discord under the gaming channel. All right, let me get that out of the way. Maybe we'll play some more of that here in a little bit, but I'm just kind of hanging out. You guys know I'm co-working, so I'm actually on my other screens doing stuff for my actual work. But if you have any questions about anything, let me know. If you guys got anything you want to talk about in the systems world, I'm gonna go make sure nothing major's popping up over here. Keeping track of Slack channels, keeping track of systems, monitoring some stuff. Should be good. Dragunov, you might have to break that up because it thinks that was a file of some time. I imagine that's like what resolve.conf or something. I'm not sure exactly what or date. I'm not sure exactly what that time would be. Can server failure time was off and doesn't look like NTP is working. Yeah. But whatever you posted for the Etsy, it didn't show it, so you might have to break up without the dot in there because it doesn't pop up correctly. In the it doesn't show it to other people in the chat because it just thinks that it's a link somewhere, so that's a thing. Yeah, but we're just hanging out a little bit. It's actually interesting. It looks to me like Potato's going off the screen, but shouldn't be going off the screen. I'm pretty sure I have it set to fit over there. Yeah, good. So yeah, Nightbot's over here telling you guys that like we've got a Discord and we've got a place for you guys to go hang out if you want to do Linux with people. And not just, I mean, obviously we just hang out and we're hobbyists and we do this stuff for fun and we go down the rabbit holes, but we also try to get you guys doing this stuff professionally. So, if you're looking for a group that's like the actual goal of our group is to help you guys get into doing Linux professionally. So if you're like, hey, I feel like I'm pretty good at this stuff, but I don't have anywhere and I'm not going to go to college, maybe you already did college and you're like, screw that, I'm going to go do something else. Well, that's fine. I'm not shitting on college. I've been a college professor for 16 years. I think it's a great, fantastic way for some people to get ahead. But for everybody else, like if you don't want to do that, you can get into this still like it's a trade. And for that, it's, getting in and doing the sysadmin type stuff, understanding the basics of this, understanding like, how the component pieces work and all that kind of stuff. So anyways, all that to say, like there is a place out there where our actual goal, our stated goal is to get you guys better at this. And, I sometimes tell the guys from Discord, I'm like, let these guys know, like, because I know everybody's like, well, when's the other shoe going to drop? When's Scott going to start charging us? Well, I've been running Discord for 6 years, and I've been running the group for 11, and I've never charged anybody anything for just coming and learning Linux, right? Like that stuff is, I mean, there's things you could pay for if you want, but that's not something you have to do to hang out, you know. Tell the guys all the time, like you can, if you get into the industry and you're doing well and you want to flip us a nickel, you can do that later, but you don't have to do that to start, right? Like that's kind of the goal of the group. I'd much prefer like the people that have been joining recently. Like we've got some really active people that they're building our book out. They're doing all this stuff. I'd much rather people come and do that than come and pay anything, right? Like, I mean, you have the options to do that kind of stuff, but I'm much more interested in people coming and hanging out and giving their skills back. You know, like if you guys have ever seen like Sending Grounds, who sometimes he comes and streams. He's a streamer on Twitch, and he hasn't streamed in a while though, but he's one of the ones I'm just glad that he's around because he does this stuff so much and he does it at scale. Like when we say to scale for him, it's like hundreds of thousands of servers he's hitting. So he's even bigger scale than I tend to. I tend to be working on maybe between 300 and 2,000 servers at 300 and 2,000 servers at any given time. 300,000, 300 to, oh god, this thing can't get it. 300 dash 2,000. That's about my normal sizes, right? Like 300 to 2,000 or so. He's dealing at scale often with over 100,000 servers because he works for a very big company. But yeah, anyway, so there's, you know, I like that kind of stuff, and some of our newer pickups like Treasure and Colkiss, these guys who they really have made the server like inviting for people. They've got these groups where they're teaching people how to do Bash and they're teaching people how to do the Linux sysadmin course, because some people get in and even though we have all 16 weeks of the course laid out, it's still like enough to spin your head because there's so much going on. And you get involved with one of those groups and you just kind of like, oh, hey, okay, we're in week 4. By the way, we're starting week 5 this Saturday, so it's already, you know, a lot to if you were trying to catch up on that stuff. But I still think there's time. I think you could catch up on the Linux sysadmin course even up to week 8. It's just going to take a lot of time. Like you'd really have to like dig in and go. But we'll run these courses again. We always do. The security engineering course is going to be in week 5, which will be halfway through, and because that's only going to go 10 weeks. And I think that one would be very hard to catch up in now because there's just so much. I mean, literally, I'm dumping so much on everybody in the 1 hour that we have a week together. I'm just dumping like a lot of info on you and then, you know, spinning you off and making you go study other things, which at the end of the day is really just a lot of this stuff is familiarizing yourself with it. You know, you guys are all smart enough to do this stuff and learn this stuff. You just got to go spend time with it, right? And if nobody ever shows you where it is, your two options are to like go buy a book on it or to, you know, get in the industry somehow and hopefully find it. So our goal, you know, show you guys how to do this stuff professionally. That's much more around like passing on this knowledge so that you guys can get in there, you know. Because I learned, I mean, even all the STIG stuff we've been doing, I learned all that stuff in the wild. I just got thrown in and, hey, Scott, start doing all the STIGs for these companies. I'm like, okay. All right. I mean, I can do security, but now I gotta do all the STIG reporting stuff. So yeah, it's kind of fun. So yeah. So we're just monitoring the lab, monitoring some of the stuff that's kind of important to us. And then I had Brotato running. I got to level 58, so I probably won't get up there again today. So maybe I'll turn that off and be a little more serious about stuff. Who knows? But yeah, this is kind of what we do around here. Just kind of hang out. Let's see what we got going on here. How's Ranger doing? Ranger dog is dog. I went down there earlier and made that wrap, and he just barely picked his head up and looked at me. He's just, you know, that's what he does. He's a hard-working guard dog that spends most of his days sleeping now. Hard-working guard dog. That's Ranger. Oh well. How's the rest of the labs doing? Not too bad. We do have to update the lab stuff, but I'm not going to do it right now because I'm working on other stuff. But we do have to update the labs. I've got some plans for how we're going to modify that and how we're going to modify that environment. And we'll do that. It's Entry of the Gladiators, in case anybody's wondering. That song in the background. I don't know if you guys can hear that or not. It's like a creepy song. It's kind of funny. Oh yeah, I can tell you guys the book that's good for SSL. There's a couple books on it, but the one is there's a thing called Spiffy, and there's a book called Solving the Bottom Turtle. So I'll link this to you guys. So yeah, this is the book right here. This is the question that was just asked about SSL and understanding X509 certs. And what I would do is I would drop down in this book to page 40. It's a really good book in general, but 41 is where the brief overview of X509 starts and explains to you what happens with a certificate signing request and certificate authorities, and it gives you the pieces of this so that you understand. Now, the whole book itself is great because it deals with zero trust authority, but they get you into probably right down to page 48 or so. They deal with how certificates work. So 41 to 48 of that book or so. But yeah, this is the name of the book, Solving the Bottom Turtle. So good book on zero trust and security. So that's the one that Def Not Freddy. I tell people that's a good like primer is page 41 of that book right there that I just linked to you guys. That's what I would tell. That's what I would tell like somebody who had never touched certificates before to go start with. So yeah. So hopefully that's what you need. Def Not Freddy. It's called Spiffy, Solving the Bottom Turtle, and they're actually that zero trust model is used by CNCF. So the Cloud Native Foundation. If you guys ever go to their it's called the CNCF. Oh gosh, CNCF landscape. If you guys ever go here, this is like the busiest slide that I've ever seen in my life. It's just a massive. Let's see. Can we watch it? Can we look at this in dark mode? I thought we could look at this in dark mode, but if you come down here, there is the, where is it at? It's under, yeah, Spiffy right there. It's under their key management. So Spiffy, that's what that project is. But if you guys are ever like saying like, oh, hey, I want to get more involved, but I don't understand or I don't know where to start, and I want to be like, this is definitely like your DevOps guys. And you're like, but I don't know which tools. There's too many tools. I would tell you come here and look at the ones that are big. These are the ones that are big in the industry. These are the ones that are doing kind of big things, right, in the industry. In fact, we may one of these days start getting KubeVirt going more in our lab. And then when people SSH in, they'll just get dropped right into a KubeVirt box. And that box will only exist for that session as they log in. So that may be a thing coming up in the future. That's actually a good idea that I'm having right now to go, because I do use, I've seen, if you guys have ever used Killer Coda, that's all KubeVirt on the back end. That's what they use. So that's a really good project. But anyways, there's all kinds of stuff for you to get involved in. Thank you. This would be very useful because I set up the SSL for the Elasticsearch for my company. Yeah, Def Not Freddy. That's a good place to start for sure. To understand how X509 certs work and how all that PKI stuff works. Yeah. You did ZTA at the job before. You have one now. Yeah. Hey, is anything to do with like zero trust and anything to do with certificate management? It's like. And I can't even emphasize this enough as I say this. It is worth its weight in gold to know that stuff. Because I know engineers, I know principal engineers that when somebody starts talking about certs, they just check their brain off and go do 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 do. They don't even care because they're like, I never bothered to learn it, so I'm not going to know it. Yeah, but all you got to do is go spend a little time with it. That's why the very last thing we're going to do in the security engineering course is I wanted a 10th week, so I just called it certificate and key madness. We're just going to do certificate stuff. We're gonna look at keys and how to validate that a key is a public-private key pair, between two keys. Because what if you just found a key in your environment and you're like, what does this key go to? How could you validate that it's not a public key that goes to any of your other keys? Do you guys know how to do it? Some people don't know how to do that. Well, I guess you could try to log into all your shit, but that's not great. What would be better is if you knew where all your public keys are, you could just go grab them all and compare them to the key. So we have tools that'll do that for us, right? And that's one of the things that we're going to do in that last week for sure. Actually, I thought we were going to do it in the Bastion week, but I guess I didn't get around to it. There's so much stuff going on, I don't even know what we have time for anymore sometimes. So yeah, but that certificate stuff really, really, really good to know, because I just you don't get let go if you're the guy who knows how all the security certs work. Like, they're like looking to who to let go, and they're like, oh, you can't let that guy go. He's literally the only one in the company that knew how to fix it when our certs were all failing or expiring, So there's a lot of tools that'll do that for you now too, but you have to know how to set them up. And again, some people just turn their brains off, so they don't want nothing to do with it. All right, let's play one. I'm surprised that I actually beat it with this guy. How did I beat it with this guy? Did I cheat? No, I didn't cheat. I just... Hold on. I'm looking. Yeah, I did beat it with him. I have a few characters I haven't beaten it with yet on the hardest mode, but I did beat it with this guy. And this guy's fun because you can't hold anything in the shop on this guy. So the character I'm playing right now is called the Gangster, but he can steal from the shop. So it's actually kind of funny. He can steal from the shop in between levels, but he can't. We're playing him with the submachine gun, which is, I think, also kind of challenging, because the only way for the submachine gun to not get at level 5, which is the hardest level I play it at, the only way for him to not get completely overrun is you have to take damage literally every time. You have to always be going for damage on this guy. And let's just for fun steal the tooth. All right, which will slow everybody down. Let's see. Mumlesh said, I came across Lift Scholarship from Linux Foundation, which is currently open. Any views on this? I don't know what that is, but I'll go look at it. Hold on. Let's go look. All right. Let's see. One, I think the Linux Foundation's fine. I think it's a good organization. I have my CKA and CKAD through them, and I should take my PCA one of these days. Let's see what they're doing. They are trying to increase diversity in open source technology by accessing training courses, as awarded over 3,000 scholarships for millions of dollars. All right, so what is it? What do they do? Let's see what it means to apply. All right, I'm not going to apply, but so don't use AI when you go in. But what is it? I'm trying to see what it gives you. Like, what is it? I don't need that. Hold on. What is it? Like what's the value of this? Mumlesh, like what I'm saying is are they gonna give you training for like a CKA and a CKAD? Are they gonna like just let you take their certs for free? Like, I don't know. Like, what is this giving you? plans to use a scholarship to take. Okay, all right. So I guess they get some kind of scholarship, probably for so many dollars worth of. Okay, I mean that's cool. Yeah, I think so. I think these are great certs. I think they're very valuable in the industry. So, if you were asking me, do I think you should put in for it? Absolutely. I mean, a scholarship like this could, obviously be something that could change your career path. So, yeah, I'm a fan of that. Yep, I think that's a good way to spend your time, and I think that's probably valuable for you. Yes. Now, if you were like, hey, I'm already pretty good at this stuff, but I don't need another cert, then I would tell you, go find a group, kind of like our Discord or anywhere else where people are doing the same stuff that you want to do. That's what I would tell you. But if you're like, hey, I'm starting out and I want to get into this space, but I need certs, that's a place to go. And I think that's a good place to do it, Mumlesh. Yeah. I mean, look, go spend an hour writing that all up, and you should be good. Probably shouldn't take you too long. Also, it said don't use AI, so don't do that. Write it yourself, right? That's what I always advise people to write stuff yourself. I think that's good for you, but I think it's valuable. All right. So we are on level 2 now. It's getting significantly more hard, and those little hard-shelled guys are always hard on the submachine gun because it's hard to kill them because they have armor. So makes the submachine gun a lot less useful on them. All right. Yeah, Mumlesh, I mean, it's probably valuable. I think it's probably good for you. Let's steal that. I mean, it's if you have, like, let's just say the way I always kind of explain this is if you got nothing on your resume, and I don't know what you have on your resume, so I'm not trying to say, oh, you've got nothing on your resume. What I'm saying is for people that don't have much on their resume, especially in the tech space, any positive differentiator is good. Anything that's going to put you an edge up over somebody else in the industry, I think is good. And people ask me, like, is a security plus good? I'm like, if you don't have a security plus, it's great. Yeah, IC squared. Yeah, Internet Consortium Squared, right? IC squared or whatever is. They have a free tier as well. So I should know that since I have a CISSP and a CCSP. Why can't I think of that? ISC squared. ISC squared. That's what it is. They have one right now too. All right, we need more damage. I will take more regen. We also want speed. Oh, we also want damage. Screw it. Can't get anything useful. All right, saving our money. Yeah. I mean, I'm a big fan of ISC squared. I mean, I have a CISSP, so I think that's a valuable one to do. I don't think the CISSP has necessarily helped me get a job in my career, but it's been a useful one for, like, I think I learned a lot studying for that cert for sure. So free mentoring, that's nice. Yeah, people can learn a lot, I'm sure. All right, let's go. I'm gonna make another one of these doubled up, so I'm gonna have 2 of my level 2 machine guns or submachine guns. Yeah, if you can find a mentorship for that, I think that'd be valuable for people as well. Look at this is the thing. I was hoping to hit them for 2. When you can only hit these guys for 1, it is a hassle to kill them. So much more annoying than it's for sure. All the other guys are squishy, but those guys are not easy to kill. Man, this scary song is really going hard, isn't it? If you guys can hear this song. It's going pretty ham back there in the background. Alright. We need more attack speed. More guns. Take that. Steal that. Alright. So now we at least have 6 guns. We started off, though, with less hit points. But I don't really care, because I normally play this game for 1 hit anyways, so it doesn't matter. Alright. Just gotta stay alive. Kill all the monsters. Normal video game stuff. Stay alive, don't get hit, kill all the monsters. It amuses me. More range damage. Dangerous Bunny is always good because it gives you more. Ah. Let's combine steel. You guys probably can't see it very well on that little screen, but I can steal with this guy. So every time I go in the shop, if there's something I want but I can't afford it, I just steal it. But what you risk is having a boss show up. So you risk having to fight a boss on each level. But it's also good because you could steal stuff and then bosses give you red chests. So as long as you could kill the boss, you could get a red chest out of it, which is very valuable. Give you like an artifact level item, a red item. Which is, you only get a few of those in a normal run, so. Pretty good value. Also, I thought about doing, so since I have a CISSP and a CCSP, I've thought about doing like CISSP study groups, but it never took traction. Like, people in the Discord weren't super interested. I mean, everybody thinks they want to do security, but then when you get to really like digging in on security, I don't think people like it nearly as much as they think. So, so I never really stuck with it, with teaching it. So. But maybe one of these days, maybe someday somebody will be like, "Hey, let's do that again," and then we'll start studying it. But for now, we don't really have much of a, let's call it like a use case in our group for it, or a lot of not a lot of desire from people to study for the CISSP. So we've just been focusing on straight Linux and get people ready for Linux stuff. Get you guys like confident in your skills, get you guys thinking about how the stuff you do in your day-to-day works with a company. You know, like how does a company want to use your Linux skills? Mostly for troubleshooting, but also for building stuff and, you know, building better, more secure versions of things, all that kind of stuff. It's all stuff that's valuable, you know. So, just kind of my thoughts on it. Take that. Or attack speed. Damage. And I guess that's all we're getting. This level's a good kind of like damage test. See how much damage you're doing. And my guy's doing pretty good damage. Because these guys will pile up on you if you're not doing enough damage. So I think we're doing pretty good damage right now. Definitely not the best we could be doing, but we're doing all right, especially for the weapons we're using. Because SMGs are super fun, but they also, you can get just overrun very quickly by enemies if you're not careful. Alright, we need to kill these guys off. There should be 2 of those guys on this level, so I gotta look for the other one here in a second. Those guys give us treasures, so we always want to kill them. Shoot, I don't know where the other one is. Oh well. Any advice for someone starting a new company? What's a good way to spend, let's say, the first couple of weeks, mid-level DevOps platform engineer? I have actually a set of things. I'm going to switch this over. I have a set of things that I've recommended before to people. I think they're in my meeting notes. Hold on. Where is it? Meeting notes. Let's see. I think this is where it is, but I'm just call you PKM. I think it's in here. Hold on, let me see. It was like, what are you doing? These are all meeting notes that we've done before and things that I think you guys should know. But let me see if I have it right up here. I think I do. Somebody asked me before, like, what should you be doing for the first couple weeks in a company? What do I think you should be doing? And we automate. What are we doing? Looking at job. We were looking at jobs, doing a lot of job stuff. This was so this was from a talk that we did a while back. I can link this. So I think I can actually link it as a copy message link. But anyways, this was like if you're on a new sysadmin, so it's a little different than like a DevOps guy, but it's still, there's more things that are similar than are different. And it's for today's talks when you're onboarding as a new sysadmin, or you call that systems engineer or whatever. But when you're new to a system, you document these things and make an onboarding document. That's one thing that I would absolutely do, is get good at making like the onboarding document for the next guy, because it'll be better. Then documentation sources, and like find like wiki page, SharePoint, where are the things that documentation, where are they kept, and go make sure you have access to all of them. Get in all the meetings and make sure you know what all the meetings are. Mainly you need to know where your daily stand-ups are, and then if there's any weekly ECBs, engineering change boards, or change advisory boards, you need to know that. You need to make sure you have access to all of these things. But again, I would be documenting all this, because then when they go, hey, what have you been doing? You go, oh, these are all the things that I have access to. You can be in your stand-up meetings saying, hey, I still need access to my Jira board and my SharePoint. Look, guys, we're mostly Linux engineers, but that doesn't mean our company's not running SharePoint, right? And then points of contact. Who's your HR? Find an architect. Find architects on your team and outside of your team that you guys maybe work with. Find out what kind of documentation you can review. What kind of service level indicators or key performance indicators are we doing? Find out who our customers are and what the pain points are of our customers. So this is an architect maybe, but also it could be other teams. And then like a system map. This is a thing I do. I draw out the system in Excalidraw. I draw out, how do I enter the system? What jump hosts or hosts do I have? What are the naming schemes we're using? When I jump to a server, what's connected to it? And then if like, let's say I have an NFS share that's mounted for my home, where's that NFS share live? Okay, it's got this IP address. I go find out that it's some Hitachi server or some whatever, and it's not managed by our team, it's managed by some other team. So I go, okay, that's cool. And I draw all these things out. And you might say, do you just map them out in your head? No, I physically draw them out in a tool like Excalidraw. I come over here and I draw out, look guys, even if it's only for me, I draw out, what the lab looks like. What is the environment? What does the environment that I'm in look like right here? Right? And then what, even if it's just for me. Now this is, people drew those people on there, but I didn't draw the people on there, other people did. But here's the system, right, as it exists for me. And this is a logical flow. There's some physical hosts down here that I can connect to, and then there are my virtual machines up here or whatever. But it's kind of like my way of doing it. So anyways, that's my thoughts on it. PKM, hopefully that's clear as mud. But those are the things that I think you should do the first couple weeks as a new sysadmin. So, Costampin, you said, good morning. I don't know if you have anything, but what about CCNA, CCNP content? I know personally I've always struggled with sticking to one programming language, maybe utilizing Python in depth on a new Linux box. Yeah, so remember, CCNA, CCNP, that's network admin, network engineering stuff. I do have some stuff actually pulled up on CCNA. So I think if you're going to do a CCNA, the main thing to do is come and look at all the fundamentals. I'd take all of these. I would go throw these in a notepad, right? I actually have these in a notepad somewhere. Or I would take them and I would put them in, I don't know, a Word doc or somewhere where you can then take notes on them. You could do it in OneNote or something. But I would take all of these and I would lay them all out. Here's all my security fundamentals. And then I would say, do I know what this means? Do I know what it means to configure and verify layer 2 security features, DHCP snooping, dynamic ARP inspection, and port security? Do I know how to stop this from happening? Do I know how to do dynamic ARP inspection? And do I know the layers of port security, whether it just be logging or whether it be shutdown on ports for MAC address or for, there's some other things that can happen there, either one MAC address or a learned MAC address. So this is the things that I would spend time with if that's what I was trying to study for, right? If you want to go CCNA. And then what I would do is I would write those all out, and then I would figure out a plan to get better at them. So if you're using tools like GNS3, where's GNS3? I know I have it up here somewhere. I did earlier. Yeah, you go download GNS3 if you don't have Packet Tracer. Packet Tracer is the paid for version from Cisco, but if you're like, hey, GNS3 is a free version, and then you can go and you can build yourself an architecture in there, or you can download free architectures other people have built and you program it, and you go start it from scratch, and you build out, and what you're doing at the end of the day, what you're doing is you're saying, can I check each and every one of these boxes? Can I explain the role and function of a router? If somebody asks me about a router and about a layer 2 or layer 3 switch, could I explain the difference in my head well enough, or could I explain the difference between these things well enough to pass a multiple choice question on a test? Because that's what you're going to get. It's multiple guess. And hopefully you understand the difference between power over Ethernet and an access point. Right? Like, hopefully you know the difference between a layer 2 and a layer 3 switch. They're doing different things. They're operating at different layers of the OSI model, which now you need to go spend some time with that. And you need to understand, in this case, I don't even know about Cisco DNA and WLC controls. I've literally never heard those terms before. So I would have to go learn about those. I would have to go study those if I want to take CCNA again. Some of you guys know I passed my CCNA in 2002. We still had to know frame relay and IPX SPX back then. IPX/SPX, right? So anyways, all that to say, that's kind of what I would study. So the first question was, what would you do if you were new on a team? I would make sure I documented all these things. If I was learning Cisco, I would go study Cisco things and know all of the X25. Yeah, X25 was, well, I'm trying to think if I had to program anything with that. I don't think I did at the CCNA level, but I definitely had to know what it was. Yes. Yeah. X25 did a lot of, it might be counterintuitive, but it did a lot more. Back then, that's a layer 2 protocol, by the way. It did a lot more error checking and flow control than we do now. And you might in your head say, well, why? Why is that newer protocols don't do that? Because the technologies are more stable. The layer 1 technologies and the fact that we don't have these other things happening are much more stable. And because they're more stable, we can check higher up without having to check down at layer 2 like we used to. Yeah, we used to do a lot of checks at layer 2 with that. So, yeah, Death Wish. But I definitely was around for that. I didn't have to program that for my CCNA, though. CCNA for me was mostly frame relay, mostly TCP IP stuff, and some access control lists. I have worked with Token Ring. In fact, I remember when the last Token Ring that I knew of professionally was decommissioned. It was out of Discover Card here in Phoenix. I had people I knew that worked for Discover Card. I never worked with it directly, but it got decommissioned in 2009 or so. 2009, 2010-ish. Isn't that wild that it made it that far? I mean, that technology was dead when I was taking my Cisco stuff, but it was still kicking up there. They still had a network that was running Token Ring. Yeah, and if you guys ever want to sit down sometime, and I can draw all the logical and physical topologies for all that, but it's funny, Ethernet kind of won it all. Contention based, so Ethernet's run off of this thing called CSMA/CD, which is Carrier Sense Multiple Access with Collision Detection, right? CSMA/CD. And then there's CSMA/CA, which is Carrier Sense Multiple Access with Collision Avoidance, and that is what you deal with when you're on the on Wi-Fi nowadays, right? Those are the two types that kind of won. And the reason they won is it's funny. The reason they won is because they're contention based, but you don't as long as you're low enough in the contention space, they work really well. Once you get over about 60% traffic saturation, they don't work well anymore. And when you're talking about modern switching, where everything's full duplex, you no longer have collision domains. Therefore, on those switches, there's a 0% saturation, and you do not have collisions anymore. So when I say 0% saturation, I mean saturation of a shared link, right? You don't have that anymore. So that's why Ethernet 2 frames are, the standard all over planet Earth. So anyways, but if you guys ever want to draw those out and work through those, we definitely can do those. I don't mind talking about those sometimes. Not right now, because we're doing, we're technically sitting around on, what's it called? We're on co-working right now. So I'm just kind of hanging out, working through, some other stuff while I'm talking to you guys. But yeah, so if you guys have questions about that, for sure. Narilla, so whoever's playing that game is an absolute expert. Oh, if you were talking about me earlier on Brotato, I got all the way to level 58 earlier. Melee, you said, what about network beginner? I would tell you, before you spent any money, start with GNS, because GNS can do all the hardware. And what you really want to do is get your fingers at a command line for Cisco or whatever your networking is. So, yeah, PK, hopefully that's useful to you over on the Twitch side. Yeah, let's see. Where are we at? We'll resume. We want speed. I do like harvesting, but I need speed. Take more range. Get more of this. I'm playing the game kind of on the side as we're talking. Boom. Take more harvesting. We'll steal that. All right. Level 10. Oh, and then we have... This guy only fights bosses, too. That's kind of funny. He doesn't get any of those other characters. Like, he doesn't get any of that other stuff, so... But yeah, I would tell you, like, well before you ever spend any money on equipment in the Cisco space, if you're just trying to learn it, there's too many free options to learn this stuff before you go spending money. Like, you can spend money when you're trying to get that last push to finish, but I wouldn't start with spending money. Also, I'll tell you guys a story. This has happened to me a few times in my career now. I've been a college professor for 16 years. I teach networking. I teach systems engineering. I teach all that stuff. And I've had students come to me, and they'll be in like a 300 level course on Cisco networking, and they'll tell me, hey, I hate this stuff. I hate command line. And I will go, well, that is probably one of the most expensive lessons you've ever learned in your life, because you went through all this college just to find out you hate this stuff. What would have been better, if you ask me, what would have been better was to find out you hated this for free by playing around with it on the internet, you know? Like, I would rather learn that I hate Linux networking well before I ever... Does that make sense to you guys? Like, I mean... That's free. Like, if you hung out here for a little bit and you did some Linux with us and we were like showing you around the Linux, command line, and you just go, brother, what is that? You're like, that guy? That's to me, that's free. You just spent 10 minutes online and saw this guy doing Linux and we're like, that looks like shit. I hate it. I don't want to spend my life there. Well, but some people, I'm telling you, they get all the way through college and then they're like, hey, Scott, I hate this. And I'm like, well, I literally don't know what to tell you at this point, because this is your career now for the next 30 or 40 years. You're going to be at a command line like this. And invariably, they don't like, I mean, if you've made it that far, you're going to probably go do something else. But yeah, if you find, I mean, wouldn't you guys rather find out that you hated command line here for free? Like, wouldn't you rather like look up in the top right corner and go, oh, that looks like shit. I don't want to do that ever. I can't even keep track of that. It's like one of those old video games from the 80s that were all command line based. I hate it. Well, I'd rather learn that for free than do 3 years of college and find out that's what they're setting me up for. Because there's that term, setting me up for failure. That's what it would feel like to me. All right, we got a boss to beat. Who do we got? Oh, this guy's probably one of the, I wouldn't call him the easiest bosses, but he's one of the more straightforward bosses. You just got to keep the screen clear. And then just keep damaging him. Don't let him run around too much. He doesn't heal or anything. Those little guys will heal, though. Those little guys are annoying as shit. But really, we just got to keep him following us around. Jeez. I hate those little guys with their shell. They're so annoying when you're playing on this. So this character, because the SMGs don't hit very hard, this character is like the worst for when those little crusty guys show up. Those little crusty crab looking guys, or Mr. Krabs or whatever. Ah, damn it. I was too busy trying to stay the fuck away from those guys that I couldn't injure. Alright, anyways. We'll play a different character. That guy, I've only ever beaten it with that guy once. The gangster. He's one of the harder characters to win with. We'll give it a little bit of time. I'm not going to jump right back into that. It's too disappointing. It's too soon. So, yeah. But for you guys asking about network stuff, I would definitely spend some time with GNS3, and then I would definitely make sure it aligns with my understanding of networking and the CCNA. I'd make sure that I understand the CCNA stuff, and then it's fine, I think, nowadays to just go send it and take that test. Of course, I told you guys I passed that test in 2002, so that was so long ago I don't even remember. I do remember, though, the one thing about the one big selling point was I had read a thing that said having a CCNA was worth about $60,000 a year. And I was like, oh, that's pretty cool. Because I was working for the Army and I was making about $15,000 a year as a freaking soldier. So getting out and making that sounded really good. And then it's funny, by the time I got out in 03, early 04, you weren't really making that much anymore with a CCNA. But it did help me get in at the school district that I got onto. And then I went from there and got my bachelor's degree and stuff like that and moved on. Got more into Linux because I was much more of a big fan of Linux. I'm okay with networking. I much more love the Linux side of things, you know. Then that little NVIDIA digits box, we're gonna get one of those for the lab. Be able to build out some AI stuff, mess around with that, do some LLM stuff, you know, for fun. Let's play. This is my. This is the character I win the most with right here. This guy, I don't want to say it's a walk in the park, but this guy basically just walks through the game. I think the Doctor's the easiest character to win with. He just basically. I mean, he just basically walks through. So, but if you guys have questions about stuff, let me know. Stampin, you said Cisco command line is very iffy. I would tell you guys, learn the Cisco, learn the concepts, and then what I would start doing is I would start moving towards doing it all automated. I would learn how to do that stuff through Ansible. Ansible has a tremendous amount of Cisco stuff, and Cisco has a lot of, or Ansible has a lot of ways to maintain. Like I pull all of my configs out of my environments with it. And then I can have all my network configs. And I know there's other tools that'll do it, but since I do all my stuff in Linux, I just pull it all back there so I have access to it. And then I can, if I ever need to reference configs, I can do it. I have it all right there. It works pretty well for me. All right, I want more damage. And this guy gets only half armor, so we're not going to take the armor. And we'll take speed. Take regen. Take some crit. Take some more experience. What we really need in all of this see if we can find something useful here. I haven't started up GNS3 on a Windows box in a long time, so we'll start that up here in a second. I kind of want to see how that runs. Range damage, attack speed, more damage, collection. We'll store all this. All right, hold on. Let's go look at this real quick. Let's go download. Let's just run it. Let's see. We could put it on one of our Linux boxes in the environment, but let's see what the install guide for Windows says. We got enough for that. GNS3 environment, multiple logical cores. All right. Let's see. Account is required to download the GNS3 software and participate in the community. Huh. I don't want to do that. Can I create an account and then skip over? They have a GitHub repository? Let's see if there's a version of this where I can just run it. Hold on, install guide. I can do an Ubuntu install. I can do I have Debian in the lab. And then any Arch-based. So they don't support directly any of these other guys, huh? I could put Debian. Where's that? Yeah, I can do Debian in the lab. We might need to... I'm not going to do an Arch. Jeez, that's a lot of stuff. All right. I don't think I can do Ubuntu on here though. No. I got Tumbleweed and Leap, which are our SUSE. We got our CentOS, our Alma Linux, our Rocky, and our Debian. So I could pull down a Debian version and put this in the home lab. So yeah. So maybe we'll play with that. I might get that going. Yeah. But I'm not gonna that's like defeats the purpose to me to make it. GNS3 is a free and open source software under GPL3. Yeah, well if I can get it for free and open source without having to like you're not free and open source if you're requiring me to do something to download it. You guys see what I'm saying? That's not. So, I mean, I should be able to download this from here, you know. No, well, yeah, I'm not gonna do it on the Linux or on the Windows side of things. I don't know if they're gonna do that. Not if they're gonna make us do all that. Too much work, guys. Too much work. Not giving out my info. Like I don't agree. Like I've never agreed that something was free if I have to give you my info to get it. I don't agree that. Like, giving you my info is not free. Right? Like, I think they need a different word for what they consider free and what the rest of us consider free. Because it's not free if I got to give you something, right? They go, well, but it doesn't cost you anything. But it does cost me the time to put it together and to send you it over. And it costs me the time of having to deal with whatever you're going to send me and try to market me. So it's not free. Like, it's in fact the opposite definition of free at that point. So there's a direct cost. So I know I sound like one of the Free Software Foundation guys, which I probably would fall in with them a little more if they weren't. I'd probably fall in more with them if they were more. UG, I'm doing good. Just hanging out. Not working too hard. I'm working on another screen and just kind of co-working with you guys. Hanging out, talking shop. I was just looking at GNS 3 and kind of musing at how they wouldn't let me download it without giving them my information, which I think is kind of strange. I don't think you can call that free at that point. So, all right, we gotta kill this guy. GNS3 is just a way to, it's a open source, in air quotes, tool that allows you to run your own little networks and study. But I'm going to have to install it over on an Ubuntu box if I want to run it. Ubuntu, or I guess I could use some kind of Debian box. Hold on real quick, I got to take this phone call. Nope, apparently I don't need to take the phone call because they hung up on me. UG said, do I have a multi-monitor setup? Yeah, I got a huge multi-monitor setup. I actually was just showing it on stream a little while ago. You want to see my multi-monitor home setup? Hold on. This is... Hold on. I'll switch over here. That's my home lab setup normally right there. So we were on here and I was showing you guys some stuff. This is my... I think those are 35s. And then just my monitor in the middle. So yeah, it's kind of what my home lab looks like. So yeah, that's up in the Discord if you guys need it. But yeah, I run a multi-monitor setup for sure. Take some more harvesting. More hit points. Take some wisdom. Some more all that. Good. Yeah. I try to run... I try not to run out of space to do stuff. But although you'll find the more monitors you have, you tend to find the ones that you work on the most. So I tend to work on the far right one the most. And then my productivity stuff like emails and Slack and stuff tend to be over to the left. And then the middle, I use the middle for a lot of like my college stuff, like grading papers and stuff. That's my smaller middle monitor. But yeah, I mostly do work on the right monitor in that little setup I was showing you guys. Also, I'm playing Brotato on the hardest mode in case any of you got... Yeah, this game's Brotato. It's a, I think it's like $6 online. It's a pretty cheap little game. Fun though. It's a fun little game. Do all that. Do all that. Okay. Fun little game. It's, yeah, $5 or $6. I think when I started playing it, it was free. It was in the beta. And then since they've opened up and they have a DLC, so maybe the DLC costs a little more. I don't think you're buying more than $10 for this game, but I've played this game like almost 2,000 hours. Like this game's just ridiculously stupid, but it's fun, and I can just do it and do other stuff, and you know, just kind of run around and kill monsters and Run around, kill everything. Yes, this is what we do around here mostly. Work on Linux and play video games. We'll take this, less enemies. Although we, in the net effect, we want more enemies, but for now, we'll take a little less. Gosh, nothing good. Alright, this is the one, this is the first like real DPS check level. And we'll see if we can kill things without them piling up on us. We're doing pretty good damage right now. I don't think things are going to pile up on us too much, but we'll see. We're almost getting to where it becomes a tipping point right here, and we'll know if we're gonna get run over the top of or not. Let's see. Thanks for the follow there. I don't know what just happened, like if we hit some kind of goal or something, but I appreciate the follows. Hopefully this stuff's useful to you. We really just hang out and do Linux around here mostly, but I'm kind of co-working right now, and so I'm working on another screen and then just kind of talking with you guys while I kind of do that. We got a couple Linux courses running right now in our Discord for free. You can go in there and hang out and do that stuff. Let's take more damage. More range and damage. More damage. We really need more, yeah, so we need more weapons. Jeez. Tough crowd. Yeah, but the game is called Brotato, in case I didn't say that. Good old Brotato. I'm playing on the Doctor, which is by far the easiest character in the game, if you ask me, because he regens really fast, so even if you make a mistake, he's immediately full on hit points again. And then, well, as long as you don't just like run into a group of enemies. And then also he does really good damage with his guns. And his guns also heal him. So it's like, as long as you're not like just straight just getting overpowered, he's pretty much, I wouldn't call him like, you can definitely die on this character, but it's definitely like you have to be overrun with like really poor DPS. I'm not doing great damage right now. This is actually kind of scary. But even then you see that I'm like not getting hit. And even if I was getting hit, I'd be immediately getting healed, so it doesn't really matter at this level. It'll matter here in the next few levels, but not yet here. So, also, I couldn't go and get that guy that had a backpack, so that sucked. Because when you can't get that guy, then you can't get the loot that he drops, and that's annoying. Alright, we're going to hold on to that, because we're not ready for it. Hold on to this. Probably take that. Alright. Level 11. How's our damage doing? That's not the worst. Not the worst. And I got hit, and I'm already full hit points again. That's what I'm saying. Like, you can make mistakes on this guy all day, and it literally doesn't matter as long as you don't just get overwhelmed. You'd have to just run into a group of enemies on this guy to die. Which definitely possible when you play on the hardest mode, but not very probable. You'd have to kind of turn off your brain to do that. Nope. That guy got me. I just remember something I gotta call the wife about. Anybody here ever seen the movie The Notebook? I have never seen that movie before. But I saw a clip of that movie today, and I thought something really funny, and I had to tell the wife. And now I just remembered, and I gotta call her and tell her here in a little bit. Anybody ever seen that movie, The Notebook? Again, I have not seen it, but I've seen a clip of it, and it's kind of funny. The thing, I should be able to kill this guy. I should have been able to kill him on the other guy too, but I just couldn't. All right, come on. Again, too many other enemies on the damn screen. We're not doing quite enough damage. We might not take this boss out because we're not able to clean up his buddies. See how he keeps retreating back into all his friends? Yeah, we're not gonna be able to kill him. So if we can't kill him, next best thing is just to collect loot all over his buddies. Kill all his buddies. And I do have enough damage to kill him if he wasn't running away. I just don't have the ability to kill all his buddies and him. So that's annoying. That's a red chest I don't get this run, which is super annoying because that's an epic item I don't get. Ah, well. So in that movie, the guy's wearing a combat infantryman's badge. I don't know anything else about the character. However, I often tell my wife the CIB, or the combat infantryman's badge, is the coolest badge because you literally see it on everybody, every character, movies everywhere. If you ever seen you can't show me like an army general in a movie that doesn't have a combat infantryman's badge on his chest. And so every time I see it, I always show it to the wife because I have a CIB and an EIB. So that's combat and expert infantry. So I always every time I see one of those, I send it to the wife, or I make fun of it because I'm like, oh, there's that cool badge I got again. There you go. Oh, don't die! Don't! I died. Damn it! I was not doing enough damage. So this character normally doesn't have a damage problem, but I did not get enough damage with him. Mainly, I didn't have enough. My guns were too low a level. They weren't giving me guns. So, all right, we're gonna give this one more try, and then we're gonna be done with some brotato for the day. I don't need any more of this. More range. More pistols. All right. Yeah, I just saw a clip for that though. I think it's some old romantic movie or something, romantic comedy. I've never seen it though. I think it's got what's his name in it? Yeah, I literally can't tell you anything about it except the guy in the movie has a combat infantryman's badge, and I was going to show it to the wife because I basically make Ryan Gosling, that's his name, and I make that point every time you see an army uniform, they got a CIB on, and I'm like, see, there you go, again, coolest badge, and then it's so there's two ways you can wear badges in the military, right? You can have them either in color, but when you're doing anything, so he's wearing a dress uniform, so it's in color, right? It's like the normal badge, but then you can also wear them subdued. So I always explain to her how, like, because if you see my old desert camo uniforms, I always wore my EIB, and she's like, why didn't you wear the CIB? And I tell her, well, because I had to be good at my job, and all my buddies had CIBs, so I would always wear my EIB. And all my buddies had their CIBs on, but I would just have my expert infantryman's badge on. So I always thought that was funny. Who will star in the new Andy Weir space movie, Hail Mary? Is that yeah, Ryan? I know who he is. I just I couldn't think of his name. I could see his face. I just couldn't think of his name. I don't know if I've definitely never went out of my way to see a movie with him in it, but I'm trying to think of a movie that I've seen that he is in. What has Ryan Gosling done besides The Notebook? Again, I've literally never seen it. I just never went out of my way to see anything with him in it. But I'm pretty sure I've seen him in movies. I just don't know. I don't know which ones. I'm not like a fan of his, but I'm not a detractor. I don't have any way or any reason not to like the guy. Oh, he was in the new Blade Runner. I haven't seen the new Blade Runner. Is that any good? I've seen Drive. That's probably where I've probably seen him in Drive. It's just been like I couldn't tell. Like if you showed me a scene from the movie Drive and like I don't know, like Gone in 60 Seconds, I probably couldn't tell you the difference. Now I've seen Gone in 60 Seconds a whole bunch, but it's probably been like 15 years. Because when was that movie? Like early 2000s? God, that's all old. It's like I go watch Face Off or something. I'm like, hell, this movie's almost 30 years old. I think Face Off came out when I was in high school. You know? I don't think he's not in Face Off, by the way, but I'm just saying that in general. You like the new Blade Runner? Okay, I'll have to go. I have to rewatch the old Blade Runner too. I haven't seen the. I probably haven't seen the old Blade Runner since around the time it came out. So, like I don't have anything really to compare it to. Just like if somebody was like, "Did you like the new Tron?" I'd be like, "Shit, I don't think I've seen the old Tron since the '80s." You know. Sometimes I go rewatch those movies and I'm like, "Oh man, I forget how bad that stuff was when we were a kid." But it was all the all the sci-fi effects we had. But then you go watch it and you're like, "Oh, this was so bad." Yeah, for sure. I'll always try to watch the original or the older ones first. And typically if there's a book, I try to read the book first too. For any story that's of any note. Because I just want to know, I want to know my version of it before I watch the new version, you know? Alright, where are we at here? We'll take that. Take that. If we can get some more speed, that'll be really good. Old Blade Runner, yeah. And who's in that? Is that Harrison Ford or who's in Blade Runner? It's not Harrison Ford. It's what's that? I don't remember who the actor is in the original one. Somebody help me out here because I really don't know. What's the original? It was Harrison Ford. Okay. Because I was sitting there thinking, I was like, wait, is it Harrison Ford or is it Robert Redford? But it makes more sense that it would be Ford. You guys gotta remember too, like Harrison Ford is like the face of my youth as far as like tough action characters, because he was obviously Indiana Jones, right? And then he was also Han Solo, right? So. Wasn't Robert Plant. Alright, taking more hit points. Taking that. So our speed is capped out at 10, which is fine. You don't need a lot of speed in this. You don't need a lot. It's good to have somewhere around 10 at least. 30 is a little better, but 10's fine. For what I got out of it, 10 was fine. So what happens with the shackles is you cap yourself at 10 or whatever your speed is, but you get a massive amount of range, and then you get a massive amount of additional regen too. Yeah, regen, range, and then you cap your speed at whatever it's at. So you guys are watching this. Basically, I just run the guy around like a little Hoover vacuum, picking stuff up. And then if I get hit by anything, it doesn't really matter because I'm healed in about 3 seconds. So. Han Solo, Indy, Deckard, dumb love movies. Yep. Range. Damage. Alright. Killing all the enemies. Oh, we're doing pretty good damage. Not great, but pretty good. Telling you guys, this level's one of those DPS checks. Are you doing enough damage to move on? Alright, we're doing pretty good damage. So we gotta kill this guy. That's important because he'll give us our little chest. And then we'll have one more of those in the stage. So we gotta keep the stage pretty clean so that we can get that guy when he pops up again. He's number one priority. Those guys are number two priorities, those big whale guys, because we want to knock them out. They're dropping eggs. But the number one priority is definitely... Where's the other one? Huh. Oh, we only ever saw the one, I guess. I'll take the range damage. More range damage, more range. And we'll take the celery tea. So now all the enemies have twice as many hit points, but only for the one level. And we'll take that. And we'll start getting crit. Start working on crit next. Alright. These enemies all have twice as many hit points as normal, so I made the level twice as hard. But by doing that, I get more experience every level for the rest of the game. So 5% more experience every time I level up. Or every time there's a new wave, so that's pretty valuable. Man, also, I don't know what mailing list I got on, but somebody has sold my info to everybody. I get like, I normally get about 10 calls a day from solicitors, but I've been getting probably, if I had to guess, since I've been talking to you guys, probably about 10 an hour. My phone's been constantly ringing. Oh, well, it's on silent, but constantly ringing the whole time I've been sitting here talking to you guys. With just, it says potential spam the whole time. Alright. So, it looks like I'm getting overrun on this level, but it's because I gave the enemies twice as many hit points for just the one level. They only got it for one level. Now we're back to normal. So, I need better guns. Damn it. But they're not giving me better guns. Need more damage. That's literally the only thing that can kill this character is getting overrun because you're just not doing enough damage. Everything else, like I can just run into this bullet. Who cares? I'm already healed. Go run into this bullet. Oh, it got off the screen. But it, like, literally doesn't matter. This guy heals so fast. But, like, just bullet, bullet, bullet. Don't care. Already full health again. But that being said, you get overrun because you don't do enough damage. Then it doesn't matter how fast you heal because you're just standing in a wall of enemies. You know, you're just in a quagmire. Yeah. Like getting hit on this guy literally doesn't matter. Nope. Nope. More damage. More damage. That's all I want. More damage. Hayes, you said you work from home, right? Alright, we got a boss here. This boss is probably one of the more reasonable bosses to beat because he stays by you. He doesn't go retreating back into all of his buddies. So as long as you can kind of keep it all clean around him, he's pretty beatable. So, yeah, I got him already at about 20% life, so it's pretty much just burn him down. Yeah, he's down. Good, good. Got a couple attack patterns, but they're not really too bad. Just stay away from them. Alright. Now we just gotta collect all the loot. I still think our damage is a little bit low. We need more damage. Oh, extra stomach. One of the best items in the game. Oh, only 8 per wave now. They nerfed that. It used to be 10 per wave. But now I can get extra hit points each wave by just collecting. As long as I collect something when I'm full health, I will get... let's go ahead and lock these 2 items in. As long as I'm full health when I grab something, I get another hit point. So I'm at 53. I can get all the way to 61 right now by the end of this wave, as long as I can grab those little fruits while I'm full. So grab that, 654. Grab that, 55. But I'm surprised they nerfed it down to only 8. So I can also get levels up, and that doesn't affect it, but all I gotta do is keep grabbing those things. Oh, jeez. But you gotta grab them when you're full health. That's the only way it works. If you're damaged in any way, you just get the hit points from the... It's like a little... Because that's just extra health. Boom. 61. Should be able to get at least one higher. And then if I also get levels up, those don't count. 62. Yep. 62. Alright, we'll take a pearl for luck. And more range damage. None of those went. Screw it. Alright. We should be able to get all the way to 70 this level. But now we can get all the way to 71, in fact. It's actually funny. I have no idea what's going over on Twitch there. It's like it's making every time somebody follows me like the next goal. It's like, man, I don't want it to keep doing like an award every time we get somebody following us, but thanks for the follow. It's just funny that Twitch thinks literally everyone is us breaking a goal. It's definitely not the goal. The goal is to teach people Linux. Attack speed. Ring that. And we'll buy that. Save that. Save that. Alright, we got a boss coming up. Don't know which boss it is. We'll see. Oh. This guy's the one that was running away from us last time, so really we just gotta pound him down and keep all his buddies away from him. Oh, he managed to hit me. That's not too bad. So he's gonna keep running to the middle of the screen, which is fine. We just need to burn him down. Burned. Keep getting our hit points up. Getting more hit points. That's all we're doing. More hit points. All right, we've maxed for the level, so we're pretty okay with that. Giant belt, best thing for crits, so we want that. And then we need to start building up our crits now. Need that. It's huge because penetration for this guy is huge because he does a lot of damage and does even more damage when he's shooting through people. So that's all good. All right. Should be able to get over 90 hit points, so that's pretty good. When you're over 100 hit points, you're pretty set up for the last bosses. Because as long as they're not hitting you for more than 50 or so, this guy just heals so much that he's able to survive pretty much everything that they can throw at him. Nice. Anytime we get those little treasures from those guys, it's great. Alright. Take more hit points. Take that. We really want, I guess, range. And we want another gun. And we do not want celery tea this level. Although, maybe in the next level might be good. We're just gonna fight this guy as is. Alright. This boss, he takes less damage, but then he also he can't hit you if you stay still, but then right around when he mutates, he changes to these other shots that can hit you. And then really you just need to stay, you need to just stay away from him and burn him down. Don't let his buddies get too involved. Yeah, there we go. Not too bad. Most important thing about killing the bosses is you get the red items from it. If you can avoid a boss and win a level. The problem is you don't get anything from it. And that's not nearly as good as finishing the level correctly by killing them. Much better for the overall end game chances if you actually are able to kill that. If you can't DPS the bosses down, then you're probably not going to be able to DPS the final bosses down. And while you can also just avoid them, on this mode you have 2 final bosses. So it's really dangerous. Okay, damage, harvesting speed. Okay. We're gonna do something crazy. We're gonna give these guys triple hit points. That's gonna be a really rough level, but that's fine because then we get more benefits in the long run, I hope. So let's see if we can't. All we gotta do is survive it, right? Let's see if we can survive. All the enemies have double hit points, and then doubled again, which would normally be 4 times as much, but I'm pretty sure it's just doubled from the original. I don't think it's 4 times as many hit points. Yeah, because I wouldn't even be able to kill these guys if it was 4 times as much. But double, we could beat double. I can't kill those guys for sure. Jeez. I literally can't even kill those guys. They have too many hit points. But I did it to myself, and I knew I was doing it, so I can't complain about it. Oh, don't die. Number 1 rule, guys, don't die. Oh no. Taking too much damage. Alright. Phew. Back alive. Take it. Take all of it. More penguins. Don't need that. Need better guns though, jeez. Alright. One more level and then the final bosses. So all I gotta do on this level is stay alive, get all 8 of these things for more hit points. That was 1, that's 2. That's 3 and 4. That'll be 5 and 6. Got 2 more to get. 7, 8. Good. Slow them all down, take more hit points, take more luck, take more attack speed, better gun, bullet, so that's more penetration, and then take that. Alright, we're on the bosses, final bosses. Gotta kill 2 bosses. I do prefer to kill this boss first if I can, because when the other one flips out, he's not as mobile. This guy's very mobile. If you kill the other guy, this guy just chases you around the map and he's super annoying. So I'm just gonna kill this guy first. Alright, first boss down. Now you might say, Scott, why don't you rush in and just kill the other boss real quick? Well, there's a reason. He is... If you kill him, his level goes nuts. Like, this level gets really hard to finish. So I am going to take my time. And I'm not going to kill him too fast. If I kill him too fast, then I've got way too many guys to fight. So I don't want to be fighting all of them. So, oh no. Alright, you're going to get to see the level go nuts. Just, like, I can't even... Like, I'm just putting damage in there and not even able to... Just so much enemies on the screen. Too many enemies everywhere. Alright. Take the diploma, take the lantern. Take the attack speed, take the luck, better gun, all that stuff's good. More guns. We want the goggles. We want the speed. And we want that damage. All that stuff. Alright, we got 2 bosses to kill this level. Let's see if we can do it real quick. This guy... First guy down. Second guy down. Alright. Boss is down. Now to collect more hit points. Alright. Damage. Hit points, hit points. Don't care. Don't care. More damage. Night vision goggles. Damage, damage, damage. Oh, I can't take that one yet. Garbage, garbage, garbage. More damage. Alright. We won't go nearly as high as we did on the other one. Like, getting all the way to level 58 was some kind of fluke. But we'll go as far as we can. See how far we can get. So guys, again, we've been just kind of co-working the last few days and messing around. But on the weekends, we're going to be quite serious about our Linux courses. We're going to be quite serious about our interviews and practicing our, you know, articulating the stuff that we know how to do, because it's important to know how to do this stuff, but it's also important to be able to articulate it, whether you want to get a job or whether you want to do this as a consultant, you know, build your own stuff, like sell it, whatever you want to do in this space. The most important thing in that is being able to communicate that you know how to do it, right? Like, being able to do it's important, but you got to convince other people you know how to do it too, right? You got to... Big part of engineering is communication, so we're going to spend some time with that. Oh, that's a nice little thing. That's all. All those things are good. More damage. More luck. Alright. And we'll get more of our pearls. And we'll store up for Ricochet, because Ricochet is really good on any character, but it's also really good on this guy. So... Lucky coin, good. Attack speed, ricochet. It's all useful. Well, that's going to be good too. And another bandana. Hayes, what type of coffee are you drinking? I mostly only drink Monsters. I'm not a connoisseur of the coffee type. I know very little to nothing about coffee. I have good friends that are very much into their coffee, and they make me go with them to Starbucks sometimes, like when we're out and about. But I don't know much about it. I do know Starbucks has really good frickin' those little croissants they have that have like the cheese and jalapeno in them or whatever they are. Those ham and cheese and jalapeno. I know those things are frickin' good. But other than that, I know very little about coffee. I don't have a favorite coffee or anything. In fact, funny enough, going to Starbucks with people when I do drink coffee, their coffee makes me shake. Like, and you say, Scott, but can't you drink like a few Monsters and not even... Yep, Monsters don't bug me one bit. I drink the sugar-free ones, but no, man, the I don't know if it's the sugar or the caffeine or something that they put in there, but something at Starbucks makes me shake, man. Like legitimately, like my hands shake. Yeah, X-Shunya, yeah, we're waiting on that machine, man. We're gonna... So we can't order it yet. I think I could be back ordered for it. I want to say it's like $4 or $5 grand. That's not that big of a deal, right? I got the wife's permission. I can get it. But that being said, we're definitely holding off. We're in a holding pattern for it. So, oh man, I want all those. You buy Starbucks at the grocery store? Let me see. And just refill your Keurig. Yeah, that's probably good too. I used to work at a place that had the free, like you had all the free coffee. So with Noah, I work out of a data center here in Phoenix, and one of the things about the data center is you can man, you walk in that data center and it's called aligned data center facilities. They have like literally just food and drinks and like sodas, and they don't have Monsters, but they do have sodas and coffee, and it's free. It's just complimentary for being in their data center. And I don't abuse it because I don't go in there too much, but when I do go in there, it's pretty nice little deal. It's a pretty nice little you know, you grab, I mean, they even have like the little donuts or whatever. I mean, it's almost like you're in a little like Circle K or something. Grab just about anything you want out of there, so it's pretty nice. If he's schizophrenic, you just do the black coffee. Nice. Nice. No pre-workout. Yeah, I never took pre-workout. I used to do protein when I was younger when I lifted, but I never got into any of the other stuff. Let's take a little more speed. Damage. Speed. I can't get any more speed. I'm capped, but you can still have what's called effective speed. So you do still sometimes want some speed. So take that and that. Okay. Yeah. X-Shunya, my data center is a little warmer. So actually the one that I was in, or the one that I work out of, because we have liquid cooled compute, we only have to have a cold and a hot aisle for our like admin type machines, like our what we call like our control machines. But the other rest of the place is about 77 degrees, and that's a little warm for a data center. Most data centers are a little cooler, but it's okay in our case because we liquid cool everything. So the liquid's high pressure liquid, you know, so that's a much cooler going across our compute. So all the compute in that data center is all liquid cooled, which is pretty good little setup. I mean, it runs for 10 years, you know, you can just switch out systems as you need, switch out components. So ends up working pretty good. You have a good amount of people that have to kind of maintain those too. As far as like working in the data center and that kind of stuff. Damage. All damage. Want more damage. We'll take the elemental. Do I have any? I don't have any of the elemental stuff yet. All right. Okay. Just found out you're being Monday, Friday, and the knock instead of working for help desk. Nice. Schizophrenic. Is that like a promotion then? That's awesome. You're gonna start out over on the network operations side of things, getting to do some trouble tickets and nice. Monday, Friday, and the knock. Are you working a second or third shift? One of the things about NOCs, guys, NOCs, network operations, is sometimes you got to work the second or third shift to get over there. But hey, when you're younger, like that's a good place to start. That's awesome. Yeah, if you got that, that's awesome. Get to move over there and start doing that type of work. Definitely of some value to your career because you get to learn the system, get to learn how, multiple systems work. That's awesome. Yeah. Did you have to interview Schizophrenic? I didn't hear. I mean, I know a lot of people have had job things that they were looking for, but I didn't know specifically that you were looking or that you had, interviewed if you did. So if you did get it from that, awesome. No lateral, not really pay increase, but we only have 3 people currently working. We moved over to 24/7 right now. No 24/7. Okay. Yeah. When a company goes to a 24/7 shift, that is a significant move in operations. So I haven't even really got into that much with you guys because I don't do the management side of things. I just do the engineering side. But I've watched a lot of companies try to go to that second and third shift model. And it's a lot of work, man. It's a lot of cost involved. There's a lot of work, but it's necessary for some companies, right? Some companies really need that extra time or that extra people. We're gonna start going heavy crit if we can. Not really gonna worry about elementals so much right now. We're gonna worry about getting our crit up. Combine, take that. Where's our crit? There's crit. All right. Number 1 rule, stay alive. No 24/7, but that's good. No, that's awesome, man, because you may be tempted to, maybe not you, but some people might be tempted to go, it's just a lateral move. It's not that much. Yeah, but anytime you get more responsibility, now you might say, I don't want to get more responsibility for free. And you say, well, no, what you're doing is investing in yourself, right? You're investing, even if that company's not going to pay you much more. I think some of you guys know my brother Tommy. He's been working for this insurance company Tommy's been over there for 20 years now. And he's moved up from he was a call center guy to he's been a manager for I think the last 15. And then probably about 3 or 4 years ago, he finally got over on the data center or the data analytics teams. He's been doing that stuff. He's finishing his master's actually next month. He walks for his master's degree in data analytics. So he worked on this really hard to get over there, right? And they gave him a pretty good raise. But nowhere near. My brother Tommy does not make nearly as much as he will in 2 years. Because in 2 years, he completes. He'll have 22 years with that company, and he'll be able to take his pension. But he won't be able to get it till he's 60 or 65 or something. But the point is, he'll have his pension. And I told him, I'm like, Tommy, you're making X amount right now, which is more than he was making. He's making good money, but he will make double when he goes anywhere else doing the same thing. And you say, are you sure of that? I can tell you right now that what they're paying him is not worth what he's doing. He's in charge of a project right now that's got about $150 million worth of value to it. He's the data analytics guy for it. And I told him, I was like, dude, I could go find jobs with your exact specs for about $250K a year right now. But he's going to stay where he's at. It's making a little less. But when he's done, he'll be able to jump over to any of these other places if he wants. Or maybe they'll stop playing hardball with him and they'll start paying him more. They did just give him a raise. He did just move over to that position. But he's still not making nearly what I think he's worth in the industry yet. So actually what I know he's worth because he could go do any of these other things. But he's mostly just looking at it from a perspective hey, I'm going to finish this out. I've been with them long enough. I'll just stay with them and finish it out or whatever. But it's no. He's eventually going to be worth probably about twice what he's making now in the industry. So, and don't get me wrong, he's making decent money now, but he's just not making what he should as a data analytics lead for a $150 million project, you know? That's $150 million a year project. That's what that project's worth for his company, you know? But their insurance is, I mean, I worked in insurance for a long time too, only on the technical side though, but mostly it's just, you know, all you do is just collect money. Insurance just takes money and hand over fist and goes, no, we're not paying out this time. It's basically how insurance works if you guys don't know. I won that run even though I just died right there because I was over level 20. So that's funny. Anyways, where are we at? Man, we're at 4.5 hours. I've been talking way longer today than normal. But we, yeah, let me give you guys the Discord. Here's our Discord. That's the best place to go hang out and talk shop with other engineers. There's people in there that are way smarter than me, guys. Yeah, hey, X-Shunny, I'll tell you what, the high pressure, there's some interesting things around pressurized coolant systems. Mainly that, this is the thing that I never had thought of until I started working with them, is that you really have to keep the line clear. You really have to ensure they test water samples weekly to make sure there's no algae forming, one. And two, when they seal the piping and they use certain types of tape and stuff, they have to use certain types of tape that don't have any ability to leak into the pipes. Because if you get any type of, what we have is we have these filters before it goes into the systems. And if those filters start to catch too many particulates in the liquid, it'll actually cause the system to shut down and you'll have to go in, clean it all out. And we actually had a system that didn't pass because the vendors, the suppliers didn't use the right tape. Their contractors used a cheaper tape, and it cost like days and days. We had to drain the system, they had to flush the system, and all the systems down during that deploy. So it's kind of a wild amount of, you know, stuff that happens there. So anyways, it's interesting. Yeah, it's an interesting thing to work in data centers. I try to stay out of data centers now, but sometimes I have to go in there and still do some work in there, and there's just, you know, it's fun work too, you know. I mean, it's rewarding work too, but it's just sometimes more I don't want to say more trouble than it's worth. It's just I prefer to work out of the data centers now, but I still get to go in there every now and then and work on stuff. So all right, guys, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna find somebody to raid. On the YouTube side, I appreciate you guys sticking around. On the Twitch side, we'll go find some fun little raid stuff. Let's go to our little end of stream stuff. If you guys have questions, best place to ask them is always down in the Discord. And yeah, let's see if anybody's doing any fun stuff. Who are we following that we can go over and raid to? Oh, Practical's on. We're gonna go raid Practical, guys. This is where we raid normally during the day if he's on. He is making a game. And our raid message for him is always do all the Linux. So if you guys have that emote, please do use that. That's always fun. And I definitely appreciate you guys hanging out with me. I'll be on tomorrow for sure at our normal time. And then I'll be on most of the weekend working on stuff. So, all right, I'll talk to you guys later. Take care.